Test, test, test. Tu m'entends maintenant?
Hello, my name is Ramona Barbora, and I will be speaking in the name of over 50 million children. Hello, my name is Ramona Barbora. Hello, my name is Ramona Barbora, and I will be speaking in the name of over 50 million children and young people who suffer from rare and extremely difficult diseases. I myself am not an exception since I have a skin disease, a genetic one, which is epidermolysis bullosa. It's children with this disease are called butterflies because our skin is extremely fragile.
Check. Blah, 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 blah. You know, come on.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you. Thanks.
We're all good then? I'll go on mute.
You
and
can
stop
turn off your
video.
camera and
Okay.
your microphone if you want to, but we can see and hear you. Thank you. Blah, blah, blah. This camera will automatically change, and then when film the people who is talking.
I don't know where the camera is.
Of course.
Was a political, it's again a political
Yeah.
definition.
Yeah. But he also was.
We're going to start in a few minutes. Please take your seat.
Dear colleagues, we will start in a few minutes.
May I have a picture with you?
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for being here in this wonderful house. This is really a house which is the signal and the testimony of unity. We are in the house of the European Union, and we are really united as community. And now I would like really you to hear the words that the President of the Parliament is actually addressing us, Roberta Metsola. And please just hear, and then we can comment about.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by thanking Vytenis Andriukaitis for bringing us together this week and for your tireless work over so many years. As a former heart surgeon and European Commissioner for Health, you understand better than all the realities faced by those living with rare diseases and how Europe can make a real difference. This Parliament is lucky to have such a committed voice guiding our work. These conditions may be rare, but taken together, they affect the lives of 36 million people across the European Union. That's almost the population of Poland. And still, around 95% of rare diseases have no approved treatment. Too many families wait far too long for a diagnosis, with too few options and even fewer answers. This is why in this Parliament we have been calling for an EU Rare Disease Action Plan. And we have done this together across political groups and across countries, with a unity that is not always easy to find in our hemicycle. Because when you listen to patients, to families, to doctors and researchers, the divides of politics suddenly feel very small and the needs feel very real. The European Union is already investing, supporting cooperation and helping research communities work together in ways no single country can do alone. But we know these efforts still fall short of what people are asking of us. That is why we are stepping up, why we are pushing for more investment in research and innovation, why we are working to use data more effectively to improve care, why we want to modernize our EU laws that govern pharmaceutical products so that developing medicines and therapies for rare diseases becomes faster, easier, and more attractive for innovators and investors. And why we are determined that once a treatment or medical product is approved, access should not depend on where a person lives. Through all these efforts, we want to send a clear message to the millions of Europeans living with a rare disease and to those still waiting for a diagnosis. You are not alone. Europe stands with you, and we are working to bring you the answers, the support, and the hope that you deserve. We owe you nothing less.
Well, thank you very much. I think that it was a very important message and a very important moment. Really, we have the unity of Europe for rare diseases. It is the time for changing. It is the time indeed to help and give our patient a hope. And we are genetically modified to be hopers and to really continue to act for our patients. And I think that this message does not need any comment. I mean, the Parliament is with us. There is a commitment, there is a support, and we are in this house, you know, to close this circle. The circle where the patients are at the center and where all the best people in Europe are here in order to really serve our patients. So this is, I think, the best opening and the best closing of our 3 days, because really we can say that we make a change. There is a turning point, and that there is the possibility, the concrete possibility of working all together for the improvement of quality of life of the patients and their families. So we are very, very happy and very pleased that Roberta Metsola, the President Metsola, has given this address to us. And after this wonderful introduction, we can start our work. And I'm welcoming Dr. Emil Kakis, who is connected from California. So for him it's midnight, and he was very kind to be with us. Emil Kakis is the CEO of Ultragenics. He's a scientist, a real scientist, and he's a pioneer in the field of rare diseases. He was working with one of the mother of the metabolic disorder, Elizabeth Neufeld in California. And he is a pioneer in terms of production of drugs, gene therapy, animal models, and also a humanist, meaning that he's still a real doctor, and he's very much devoted to our patients, independently by the fact that he funded and put to the highest level 2 major companies like BioMarine and Ultragenics, which were and are companies very much looking to the advancement and progress, biotechnology speaking, in rare diseases. And I have to say that with Dr. Kakis, there has always been, in the past 30 years, I'm saying a little bit how old we are, and a lot of common ideas and vision. So thank you very much, Emil, for being with us, and please address our community, which is welcoming you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maurizio. I greatly appreciate the kind introduction. There can be no greater mission in human endeavor than to use the latest scientific advancements to solve the catastrophic impact of rare genetic diseases on patients struck by genetic lightning. I learned this truth early in my career at the bedside as an academic physician treating MPS I patients with a new enzyme therapy for the first time. I got to sit with families, 10 families, who have been suffering this disease, and sat there and pressed the button on an infusion that changed their future. And it's the most powerful moment for anyone working in healthcare, is be in the room when this begins. And since then, in my career as an academic physician, a foundation president, or biotechnology executive, I recognized this important truth and sought to fulfill that mission in my career in whatever role I was in. Since 1991, and yes, Mauricio, we are old, when I started my career, I've had the privilege of working on 16 treatments approved or in advanced clinical trials, with 11 of those actually approved to date. And I've also learned during these programs that, in fact, doing all that is required by the authorities to get a product approved is incredibly expensive, long, and complicated. Now, while doing all these trials in my global travels and seeing patients all across the world affected by rare diseases, I also learned one thing about the global patients with rare diseases. And for these patients, there is only one rare nation, and that all patients with a disease, regardless of origin or nationality or race, share a common suffering from that disease, unknown and untreated, and they are part of that one rare nation. I founded Ultragenyx in 2010 to be a next generation rare disease company focused on transforming the treatment of ultra rare diseases through the use of the latest technology and discoveries. We also required that we achieve a high moral, ethical reputation through how we manage what we do. We elevate the depth of patient-oriented development. We respond and support early access or compassionate access for patients, engaging in the crisis that occurs in patients' lives. We also seek to commercialize while seeking majority access for our products, because treating only 10% of the patients that need a treatment in a country is, in our view, a failure to deliver on the promise of a therapy that we spent so much to get developed. The potential power of our science today is unprecedented and transformative, but to realize this vision, we need to adapt our world to the necessary realities of the costly and slow development of therapeutics to realize approved and accessible treatments for real patients, and not just speak of altruistic theories and platitudes. We welcome the leadership of Maurizio Scarpa and MEP Andriukaitis in keeping rare disease patients and their families front of mind for EU policymakers. We welcome the efforts of the European Commission to improving the R&D and inward investment environment with the EU Biotech Act, and on improving cross-country access with the Critical Medicines Act. Now, there is an urgency to act now. There are so many therapies coming and so many challenges getting to patients. Now, our experience with an enzyme therapy called MEP illustrates some of the challenges in getting ultra-rare patients treated in 27 different member states. MEP is an enzyme therapy for an ultra-rare disease called SLY syndrome, also known as MPS type 7, with less than 200 patients in the developed world. Now, we developed this treatment because it was clearly going to be effective. The science was very strong, and we studied 12 patients in a pivotal trial. The product was reviewed and approved by the EMA, and the treatment worked like other enzyme replacement therapies. But the data package was complicated because it was a small trial and complicated heterogeneous patients. The HTAs were not prepared, even in big countries. In the EU, we estimated less than a total of 20 patients. But disease severity and unmet need were high. Now, despite EMA approval, we encountered resistance at every turn. And in France, 2 neurologists who didn't really know the disease at all decided the treatment that EMA had approved was not enough and denied reimbursement for the only 4 patients in all of France that were already on treatment at that point. But we agreed to provide it for free to them because we would never take patients off therapy. But we were forced to remove treatment from those patients. We were forced to stop the treatment. What have happened to them? I don't know. But The impact of the failure to treat this ultra-rare disease in the EU was more profound than just those 4 patients. Right now, in the US, all 21 US MPS 7 patients we're aware of are treated and doing well, but there are just a few on treatment in the EU, and others untreated will decline and die. Now, because of the small global total number of patients treated, we decided from this experience is that we could no longer work on these extremely rare diseases given the inability to get support for treatment for even a handful of patients. And that's a tragedy because there's a lot of science that could be translated, but it won't happen. So for the EU, the result was both inequality among children with rare diseases based on where they were born and a market failure for biotech innovation. Now, what are we prepared to contribute? Now, as a CEO of a company only in rare and ultra-rare diseases, I want to find a solution that works for patients, for member states, and for innovators. We have to exist in a symbiosis. The only acceptable goal is that we're treating everyone that should be treated in the EU. The pricing access should be decided for the block rather than country by country, HTA by HTA process, repeated over and over again and dragged out over 2+ years in a complex chess game. The pricing can be better managed and the price moderated if the number of patients accessible is significantly increased, including all patients in the block, versus the uncertainty of a one-by-one negotiation. We therefore welcome the EU Guarantee Fund proposals in the EU declaration accompanying today's event. A fund that helps assure all patients can get access and the pricing revenue based on that reality of full access will be a better result for all patients and innovator companies. In this regard, the Critical Medicines Act discussion with Commissioner Borrelli could be important in addressing challenges with cross-border access. If countries, small or big, voluntarily come together and enable their rare disease patients early access, we will also come to the table. Discussion must start before marketing authorization to close the gap between rare disease patients and their families. We need to find them and be able to treat them more quickly, which is a driver for companies in the rare and ultra-rare disease space. We need more certainty around the time to patients and volume and enable us to consider price volume deals for member states. And the EU Guarantee Fund could be a way to access faster and at a shared price point. Both sides benefit from not having to go country by country for a handful of patients, and will unlock the cross-border healthcare directive, which has much more potential to enable EU-wide access to the most innovative therapies. Now, within the EU, there are already models that can inform an early access blueprint. For example, Fondo in Italy, the CEE collaboration for access to gene therapy for children at risk of blindness, for example, and some early access models. Now, our goal is to improve access across the EU for patients, create predictability in the EU for rare disease innovators, and to democratize the purchasing power for countries. We want to work with the European Union to make available our treatments for children with disease that have no other disease-modifying treatments as a test case for future pilots. So I invite the Commission to join a task force with the MEPs, companies, and patient groups that signed the EU declaration to make this vision a reality, because there can be no greater mission in human endeavor than to take the latest science advancements and to solve the catastrophic impact of rare genetic diseases on our children. I want to thank you for your attention and all your efforts today on the behalf of these patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil, for your kind message, and especially for the bridge that you are creating between USA and Europe, for the fact that, as you said, we really need to work all together, even at company levels, in order to be stronger and in order to really take advantage of all the technology that we have that actually is overwhelming us, and if we don't use it properly, I mean, can be even useless. And the fact that, you know, the rare diseases, as you said, sometime involving just a few hundreds of patients worldwide is not justifying the fact that no therapy is available just because they are rare or ultra rare, which is a definition which is a little bit redundant. And for the message of unity. So we are indeed creating here in Europe a movement out of this meeting. which is really collecting the best brains we have in Europe to work all together for our patients. And we welcome your collaboration, and we wait for you here in Europe in order to work together to a proposal. So I hope that you will be available to meet us here in the Parliament in order to really create a strategy, because as we said several times in the past couple of days, this is just the kickoff meeting of really an action plan and a roadmap that we are designing in order really to create a movement and involvement of the Parliament at the MEP levels, and together with MEP Andriukaitis, who is really powerful and infectious in his passion and commitment for rare diseases, I think that this is the time to work all together under his leadership. So we are waiting.
So I will come, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there today, but I will come. I'm dedicated to getting the EU rare disease patients treated.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emil. And now, if there are no comments from the audience or any question for Emil, I think that we leave you at your rest. And thank you very much for being with us even so late, and for the messages and the collaboration. And we wait for you here in the Parliament, okay?
I'll be there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, so now after these messages, the President Metsola and Emil from the US as a collaboration, expanded collaboration out of Europe. We were thinking actually a little bit of changing of the program, meaning that I will give you a presentation, since there will be quite a lot of new people in the hall, of what we are at, and where we come from with this meeting, and especially where we want to go. So, I mean, one thing, how do I say just the next slide. Okay, so just to give you an idea what is the frame of the work that we are doing. So in the next slide, you can see that the situation, the only growing industry in Europe is actually health. And as you can see here, the two bars, the orange one and the blue one, I mean, this is something that is growing very much in Europe. It is really not growing very much in the US, and in particular in this last year. And in the under graph, you see that the expected age in Europe is growing more than in the US. And this is very positive, because it means that the health system in Europe is solid and is really guaranteeing the growth and the welfare of patients. Nevertheless, the next slide, there is, as we know, a population of people which cannot really think to have the same benefit, and these are the people that we serve, the 36 million people affected by rare diseases. They don't have, as we know, therapy. They have a 10-time higher economic burden for each patient compared to the common diseases. And they have a 21% increase in societal cost if they don't have any treatment. And there is a profound cost, human cost, in terms of burden of the family, which is surrounding the patients. And we have to remember the family. Out of the 36 million, there are at least 2 parents suffering with them, and so the number is triplicated. In the next slide, we see that if we calculate a little bit in the social community, how much is the burden, there has been a calculation in the US where out of pocket the patients affected by rare diseases spend about $2.2 trillion for their care. And there has been a calculation for a European family, which a cost which is going from 20 to 60,000 euro, 60,000 euro per year. And the human cost is absolutely big. And every year, really, there is also the irreversible disease progression. And for this reason, this cost is just to maintain the quality of life potentially good. So we have taken advantage of the three reports that you know, the Draghi, the Letta, and the Heitor report, and the Ministro report, which is the most recent one. And we were lucky to hear directly from President Letta and Heitor their indications. And in the next slide, you see that especially in the Draghi report, there is a statement which is extremely dangerous for us. While in other countries, the investment for new therapies in rare diseases is growing, in Europe, unfortunately, we are decreasing. And if you see the cake, the round cake, the orange is China, the gray is USA, and Europe is in the middle, if you're able to see it in a blue tiny triangle. So this is the future if we don't do anything, to be totally absorbed and shrink by the two giants. In the next slide, this is the situation. We said that actually we are fragmented due to the single legislation of the 27 member states, that there are quite a lot of growing SMEs that are willing to help, but they have quite a lot of difficulties due to the different regulation, different timing, and in particular the absence of coordination for this specific goal. In the next slide, we are lucky that we have the ERNs. And this meeting today is based on this unique in Europe, in the world, certainty. We have 24 networks, and these 24 networks are taking care of the 7,000, 8,000, you name it, diseases that are under the classification of rare diseases. And here you see that the ERNs are patient-centered, but they are really working around the patients at 360 degrees, from diagnosis to treatment to clinical guidance to research, and more in research. And we are disseminated throughout the 27 member states in a very capillary way, and this is giving us the strength, together with the activity among the 24 coordinators coordinated by the BOMs and by the European Commission, meeting and sharing transversal national, international need, so to really work all together for the patients. The next slide shows that really we have a possibility of sharing the data with a unique platform which is GDPR compliant, and all working all together. In the next slide, we have achieved important results. In the next slide. And the European Reference Network, as you know, have been funded by MEP Andriukaitis in 2017. He is the father of the ERNs, and he was really concretizing the visionary article of the Cross-Border Directive number 12, in which there is the description that Europe, as united, need to do something for the patients in order to group all the centers of excellence in networks to serve and to bring medicine to the patient at home rather than having the patients going around. And if you see here, the growth of the center from the beginning 2017 to now has been really incredible, and we had a 69% growth of networks in 7 years, giving the capillarity of the presence of excellent centers in Europe. In the next slide, we see that We just got a term of assessment in terms of efficacy, and the European Commission was giving us a hard time to test us what we have done in the first 5 years, and we were all very much satisfactory because 100% of the ERNs were judged as very positive, 92.4 as excellent, and 87.7 healthcare providers met the standards that are required from the EU. And the patient benefit was tested as improved access to diagnosis, reduced waiting times, and increased treatment options. And there had been also a survey for patients telling anonymously what they were thinking, and we just took one. Thanks to the ERN, my child finally received a diagnosis and a treatment that changed their life. So, I mean, this is really something very, very important. In the next slide, you can see that this has been achieved with really little cost. The triangle there is exactly the money that was spent by the Commission inside the funding for the EU for Health budget, which is just a tiny little amount in comparison with all the funds that have been done. So we are really something as ERNs where we have to be invested, because I mean we have a revenue of a benefit from each euro that they invest, the society invests in us. There is a big benefit for the community. We have invested 77.4 million from the EU for Health program up to the 27, so we still have the grant. And the return of investment has been calculated in reduced diagnosis costs through expertise sharing, optimization of existing resources and infrastructure, prevention of long-term costs through early diagnosis, and the European added value, meaning as multiplied benefits in health and innovation. This is a unicum in the world. And speaking about the ERNs in other continents like Australia and Brazil and India and USA, really people and colleagues are amazed by the way that 1,600 centers of excellence are coordinated in 24 networks with everything we need: platform, registries, coordination, collaboration, and unity among coordinators. So really, this is the ERNs are not a cost. They are an investment, and we are probably the best success of the European health system, which can be also taken as example for more common disorders, because unity and collaboration is the key for success and the key for improvement of patients. The next slide. We are lucky that we can now work with existing infrastructure, biobanks, biomarkers, analysis and registries. In the next one, we are as ERN, and we have discussed indeed in the past days how to work with this. Next slide, please. And we have heard also directly from the director of the IHI, which is a private-public community, and you know, the unity with all this infrastructure that were discussed yesterday, based on the ERN activity, together with the fact that 97% of the patients are willing to participate, to give their data in order that diagnosis can be achieved throughout technology and especially artificial intelligence, is moving us toward a next step, which is to work together to collect the data and to use everything that is digitally possible in order to speed up the diagnosis and to fill the gap of diagnosis that we still have. The next slide, indeed, what we can show is that collaboration with important projects that are generating data, like the 1 Million Genome Initiative that is collecting and analyzing an incredible amount of data for us to improve the diagnosis. In the next slide, you see that there was a discussion yesterday about the factories of artificial intelligence, where the Union has invested 10 billions, and they are connected, and they are really an incredible powerful platform for us where our data can be analyzed. In the next slide, the important now is to create an ecosystem. I mean, we are here to, bad term, exploit or to actually treasure everything that we have in Europe, experience, tradition, technology, high quality of health system in order, and biobanks and artificial intelligence factories, in order really that if we work together, at least for the rare diseases, we can show that every euro that has been invested in the past will be really multiplied. In the next one, this is our mission. The mission is actually now to create altogether a pan-European space for research and innovation based on the European Reference Network, which are really the network serving the patients and collecting the data necessary. The mission is to unite rare disease community, especially under the Draghi, Letta, and Heitor report, because really they are our lights and identifying in recommendation the way where to go and to create and regain leadership and competitiveness in Europe, reinforcing the ecosystem of innovation and research. We are not inventing anything new. We just want to strengthen what has been done so far with the powerful meaning and strength of the ERNs. And so, in this case, the circle is closed to enhance the force of the European Reference Network as a united task to drive scientific, medical, and industrial excellence, but also to drive the priorities and to drive the strategy of Europe really to be a leader in the world. The next slide is indeed why we chosen the three reports. The Enrico Letta report is calling for the fifth freedom, the freedom of knowledge, the freedom of mobility, the freedom of strengthening the innovation through a cross-border knowledge. Then the Manuel Heitor report is asking for a collaboration in technology and innovation among all the different incredible and nice projects that are funded by the European Commission. So an interaction with an interoperability and interaction of all these major tools. And the Mario Draghi one is actually giving to Europe the possibility of investing in research and innovation in order really to have hubs for the life science and to exploit the technology and to be leader in the world-class innovation. So with this, as you know, the next slide, we made these 3 wonderful days in which we have analyzed in the first day the science and how we are really able to connect science in Europe, and especially where we want to go to 2030 and 2035. Yesterday, we discussed about the infrastructure and all the achievement that we have and the potential collaboration between the infrastructure. For the first 2 days, we have analyzed also the existent legislation, because this is not a scientific meeting, it is a political meeting in which really we find the way to work, but we are also asking very much for a creation of a new regime, which is a 28 regime. We want that the member state will stay independent for their legislation, but when we have to work for the patients affected by rare diseases, and when we want to have a clinical trial, we need to have the 28 regime, a new way of facilitating interaction between countries in order that there is no delay because of ethical problems or because internal legislation that is really delaying the clinical trial system. And today we have a political commitment. We are here to discuss with inside the house how we will put forward, and in particular how we can work together with the members of the parliament, and the demonstration of commitment and support that we had in this today will be distilled today in this with the final signature, next slide, of a declaration in 8 points, and Mr. Andriukaitis will go in detail a little bit later. In the next one. So now we have a different vision. From fragmentation and non-coordination, now we're looking to a pan-European clinical trial system under the 28th regime, and a pan-European collaboration, and not working anymore as organ pipes or silos, but all really strengthening with the ERNs our forces. And for the member states also to try to be a unique market, really, to go on a horizontal way and not working in silos with the 27 different unities. And this, as a result, can only give an improvement for the millions of Europeans that are affected by rare diseases and their family. And we will have also an optimization of effort and economy, a state of economy, because we don't duplicate, we don't replicate things. We try to create a red line where, that is driving our priorities and our choice together with the parliament. And for this to enhance also the EU innovation and research capability and give us really, again, the competitiveness and the leadership that we deserve, because we can only raise our head and to stand up between the two giants that are now shrinking us. So this is really an example that can start from the rare disease world. We are representing more altogether than 100 million. So 25–30% of our population is actually working with a rare disease patient. So we are really a unity that is really important, and working all together with the patient advocates and having the patients at the center. I think that this will be the turning point from now on. So thank you very much and for this, and I thank you very much, Vytenis Andriukaitis, who was willing to follow us from the beginning in 2017 up to now, with a stronger passion and a stronger commitment. And we count on him in order that everything I said will be really real. And we know that under his leadership, this will be achieved. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mauricio. That was very helpful in this moment, isn't it? So you reminded us about the dimension of the challenge, burden of disease, as well as financial, and pain for our patients and for our societies. You reminded us that we are squeezed, our investment is going down the drain. You reminded us about the fragmentation, and you told us the ERNs are the light at the end of the tunnel, not at the end of the tunnel, right now. And you made a very powerful case for building this ecosystem. What we've been doing the last 2 days discussing how this ecosystem should look like. But now is the moment of the politics. Now is the moment of the money. Now is the moment of the politics to get us the kind of regulation we need. And now is the moment of the politics to give us the money and the funds we need. And being in the parliament is particularly important. But before I ask the other founding father, Vytenis, of that, I like to have a testimonial from a patient. What I feel so privileged to be supporting this initiative is because for the ERNs, for the rare disease people, this thing of the patient is not just symbolic, it's not just lip service. You guys do firmly believe, defend, emotionally attached to those patients. So when we put the patient testimonial in this group, it's because it's very much at the heart of what you do for a living, or what you believe, and that we are here. So let's have this testimonial from Ramune Barbora Birvikaite to tell us about the challenges of her particular rare disease.
Hello, my name is Ramona Barbora, and I will be speaking in the name of over 30 million children and young people who suffer from rare and extremely difficult diseases. I myself am not an exception since I have a skin disease, a genetic one, which is epidermolysis bullosa. It's children with this disease are called butterflies because our skin is extremely fragile due to lack of collagen in our skin. So the tiniest touch can hurt us and make our skin blister, wounded, and those wounds and blisters heal extremely slowly. They remind of a third-degree burns, and we live through this every single day. The excruciating pain, frustrating itchiness, and it's even more sad because there's no cure for such disease. And all we can do is to make the disease easier with special treatments like creams, sanatoriums, and IVs, bandages, and etc. Unfortunately, we don't get compensated enough for our care, self-care, and it costs thousands of euros for us to do so. For me, personally, it takes around 6,000 or 7,000 euros per year, and my family and I cannot afford that money to fulfill the needs I need. So I'm speaking to you and asking to do everything you can so people like me with other hard and rare diseases would receive a compensation and financial help from the Europe. So you can and other people can work on finding the cures for such diseases. And maybe one day you will make our life easier. That would be highly appreciated by over 30 million people in Europe and by me included. So thank you very much for this opportunity that you gave me to speak with you, to ask for this favor. And I am incredibly grateful for this. Thank you.
And again, it's because of Ramone we are here. Vytenis, politics of money.
Thank you. Thank you. Please show first slide. You know, I know Ramona Barbora from 2012. Now we are in 2025. I know that your testimony is not about money. Your appeal is very clear, and this is in principles enshrined in European. Please show next slide. No, please show back. Okay, it's not this one. Okay, but let me tell you, in principles of European Pillar of Social Rights, where very clearly enshrined some important issues. Those people facing financial hardships, inequalities, vulnerabilities, and lack of income support that ensures their living in dignity. And this is in all European Union related to all 35 million of patients. And as we are turning towards the third topic of our conference, policies and budget, we need to keep in mind that people with rare diseases require a lot of social support and a lot of standardized system adaptable service delivery models across EU, not only drugs, but service delivery model, and of course also possibility to address their disability. And of course it is a very big political issue. And please remember Michael Marmont report yesterday. He sent clear message that social determinants are killing vulnerable people on much higher figures. It means we are speaking about very big issue, not only about concrete scientific treatment, but about social fabric which should be created with policies and with budgets. And of course, today we can look into general political agenda of the European Union. And of course, we know very well, next slide, please. Now, just Maurizio mentioned about 4 reports, and yesterday we saw excellent opportunity to listen to Enrico Letta and to Manuel Hayter. Enrico Letta sent clear message. If you speak without deadlines, it should be academical debates. Now today we are speaking with our deadlines. In 2 years to establish pan-European ecosystem. Otherwise, it would be only academical, conference. And of course, also, you remember what message was sent by Manuel Hayter. He sent very clear message: act, align, accelerate, but keeping in mind 4 Ps. 4 Ps: preventable, promotable, precision, and participatory treatment. It means that we are now speaking about political obligation to translate our declaration into this way. And of course, also, you can remember what was said by Sir Michael Marmot. He told, we are not optimists or pessimists. We are evidence-based, hope-creating society. And now we are evidence-based hope conference. And we need to have evidence because just Maurizio presented to us evidence, and we are creating hope because Christmas is coming. And the bell is ringing to us, evidence-based hope. This is our message to 36 million patients around Europe, and it is a very serious one. Please, next slide. Because, it is very good that Ursula von der Leyen proposed. This must be European independence moment. The EU must equip itself with a modern, flexible, and well-funded budget. And we are today speaking about MFF, about budget, about next presidency trio. I asking Minister Marija Jakubauskienė to be leading in next Lithuanian presidency, this defending our please to ring fence money. Please, yes. And what she said, we will also focus on unleashing the full potential for single market by 2028, enabling a 5th freedom for knowledge, innovation through the European research area. It means now our message is, we need also to send message that we need to have 28 regime for multi-country clinical trials. Next slide. And yes, yesterday was very excellent meeting, very excellent speech made by Teresa Ribeira. And Teresa Ribeira, after meeting, told me, look, your idea about 28 regime for multi-level clinical trials is really brilliant. I can ask Commissioner Sejourné to contact you and to see how can we debate those in more details. And I'm very happy we will do it because we need to understand single market remains European best industrial policy tool to attract investment where Europe wants to lead. And Europe wants to lead in innovations and in treatment of those 36 million people. It's our promise. Let's go to the next slide. And of course, now we will see Ekaterina Zakharieva. The life science strategy is our response. This is a clear plan to make Europe the best place for, and please look, from research through market access to uptake. Research, market access, and uptake. It is up to our promise to build infrastructure which can deliver from scientific products to market products and to people needs to have orphan drugs, devices, and so on. And what she told, first, and research, we are proposing a new clinical research investment plan. we will encourage multi-country trials. We will also support access to the excellent infrastructure. Next slide. And look, now Oliver Varhelyi, he will be here also today. If we want to lead in health and deliver quick and better results to patients, we need funding instruments that match our ambition. My long-term goal is clear: to move from fragmented efforts to one comprehensive health ecosystem, innovation, preventive, and resilience. And the health budget, we have 22.6 billion, as I said, and in the horizon only, we have set aside 20 only billions for the, that is 42.6 billion euros. So the health sector is the big winner of the MFF. We have the budget. Our topic today, policies and budget. I follow Oliver Varhelyi proposal. Let's go into the direction that ring fence such amount of, next slide. Okay. Now you can see that now we are not confronting with our declaration is absolutely in line with 4 reports made by Draghi, Letta, Ninisto, and Heitor. It is our asset and what's enshrined in our, like to say, impact assessment related to our proposals. And then, of course, you know that in line is with statements made by Commission officials, and in line by statements made by yesterday and day before by Adam Yerubas, by Tomislav Sokol, by Christophe Clergeau, by Christel Schaldemose, and now we will see also members of parliament. And you know that we are hosting here not only me, but my co-host Adam Yerubas, Vasculescu, and Ignacio Mourinho. It means that we are united, and it is about policies. In this house, we can send very clear message that our declarations responds to main issues related to European Commission working program, related to 4 reports, related to Council conclusion. And look, our first commitment is to prioritize the EU action plan on rare diseases with clear governance, unifying the rare disease community. Second pillar, strengthen workforce development and capacity building for rare disease for formalized European reference network academy. Third one is accelerate equitable access to diagnostics and enable early treatment onset with innovative orphan drugs and digital innovation. I can follow my time. Next slide, please. Fourth, our ambition is to foster EU leadership in clinical trials for rare disease through inclusive collaboration between academy, European reference networks, patient groups, and industry to accelerate innovation for people living with rare disease. Fifth one, create in each member state, I will try to encourage Lithuania to be the first, to establish a comprehensive rare disease infrastructure cluster for research, innovation, and care. And we can do it in every country. And then we will unite those clusters into pan-European ecosystem, including biobanks, including registries, including AI factories, including health data space, and including such 1 million genomics. And then 6, boost the generation of real-world evidence by ensuring that rare disease data and high-quality, interoperable, and clinically useful to accelerate biomarker discovery and support drug development in rare diseases with the European health data space. Next slide. 7th priority is to explore new early access and mechanisms to prioritize equitable access to innovative orphan drug therapies and diagnosis, also supported by European Guarantee Fund. And 8th one is the EU must ring-fence European Reference Network funding budget in 2028, 2033. And now is our political message to Speaker of this House, Roberta Metsola, to President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, to President of the Council, Antonio Costa, please sign our declaration. Please sign. And please pass that declaration to Council of Heads of States and Governments. Because we need to say clearly, it's very good time to be leading figures establishing pan-European ecosystem for rare diseases, multi-complex diseases, and low prevalence. But it is not about those diseases. It's about possibilities to help in different areas of different diseases. Helen just mentioned to me yesterday. It can help us to achieve breakthrough and to keep EU leading globally as European Union, which based on evidence-based hope. And this is global message to all of us from our side. Evidence-based hope means European slogan. We can lead globally, and it is our plea. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Evidence-based hope. You talked about Christmas, and you talked about many Father and Mother Christmas that are going to be giving us the presents, and we need to talk about the monies as well. But I love the passion. I love that actually you reminded us that our key leaders in the Commission are very much behind this agenda. So we have the agenda for us to convince them to sign our declaration. No one can disagree with these pillars. So thank you, Vytenis, very much indeed. I'd like now to introduce, I believe the Commissioner has arrived. I'm not sure whether has arrived or not. I understand that she's coming. So I'll give you a couple of seconds. I'm sorry, Vytenis, I was putting pressure on you because I thought she was arriving, she was here. So maybe I can give you a few more minutes if you wish. But we believe that Commissioner Zakarieva is about to arrive and join us. We very much look forward.
If you can give me a few minutes, I can tell you.
And as soon as she's in the room.
I can tell you now why we are speaking about 28 regime. 28 regime is proposed in 2026 working program of the Commission. It means that enterprises which can act around European Union single market, they can register their activities, their efforts and all on 28 register of EU register. And then it allows them to act in single market, not being registered in every country separately. It means the same. When we are speaking about possibilities to do national clinical trials, it's up to member states, it's up to subsidiarity and proportionality. But when we are needing to have multi-country clinical trials, we need to build pan-European space where freedom of investment, freedom of research, freedom of education can move freely, and means that we need to have 28 regime, pan-European regime for multi-country clinical, minimum 2 clinical. And it means I welcome Commissioner Zakhareva. She will propose to us multi-country clinical strategies, and we can join our forces building such pan-European regime and achieving much better results in science, research, and investment.
Very much indeed, and I think this is the kinds of messages that our commissioners, our politicians need to hear, that there are mechanisms to do that, and we can also improve our economies. Commissioner Ekaterina Zakhareva, Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation. I think your ears were ringing as you were coming because we're talking a lot about you. Vytenis was quoting the kinds of declarations and support that you are giving to this agenda. Commissioner, I think it will not be an exaggeration or politically incorrect to say that you have probably one of the most important portfolios in this Commission with the current economic, global economics and politics. The importance of the work you're doing is fundamental to be out there, to be competitive. Commissioner, you probably heard already that this whole initiative started with the reports of Draghi, of Letta, and Aitor. And all these reports put the burden on your shoulders, very much so. So we like very much to hear from you, obviously, about the life science strategy. It's a lifeline for us, for this community, for the kinds of things we need to do. And of course, in particularly about the clinical research investment plan. The floor is yours, and thank you very much for finding the time to be with us today.
Thank you, honorable members of the parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really sorry for my delay, but I'm here now, and thanks for organizing this really important event. I recently learned that Rare Disease Day falls on 29 February because it is literally a rare date. But the truth is that we cannot afford to speak about rare diseases just once every 4 years. There are 6,000 rare diseases with 30 million people in Europe suffering from them. Family, friends, colleagues who lived with a disabling condition and who deserve to be treated as more than a medical exception. So thank you for gathering here today and for your commitment. Really very grateful for that. I'm here to say that Europe stands firmly by all of you and your families, by patients, by their families, by the researchers and organizations who work every day to improve lives and find solutions. In the past 20 years, we invested over 5 billion euro into rare disease research and innovation. This funding has changed lives. 15 years ago, we funded a project that brought together 20 partners with the goal to treat some of the rarest immune disorders, including a genetic condition that forced children to live in isolation because the immune system cannot protect them, so-called bubble children. Thanks to this project and the partnership between Italy's San Raffaele Institute and the Telethon charity, researchers achieved a real breakthrough, a one-off treatment correcting the faulty gene, the first of its kind to be approved globally right here in Europe. In October this year, a new study confirmed a 100% survival rate in the treated children in the long term. The results of this same project and follow-up collaboration with industry recently gave us yet another gene therapy, this time for another ultra-rare syndrome affecting the body's ability to heal and fight infections. And just a few weeks ago, the European Medicines Agency issued recommendation and approved its market authorization. These are extraordinary achievements. They tell us something important. They show that our distinct European collaborative model works. Public co-funding, leveraging private investment, guided by excellence and solidarity. This is what allowed these and more life-saving solutions to be developed and marketed in Europe, even in areas where, as we know, commercial interest is limited. Take our partnership on rare disease, Erdera, which aims to deliver faster and better medicines and diagnosis. It already unites 180 organizations from 37 countries with a budget of 380 million euro. But these successes also remind us another reality, that research and innovation take time. The treatment just recommended, which I mentioned, by the European Medicines Agency took 13 years for clinical trials to conclude, 13 years. And today, over 90% of rare diseases still lack an approved treatment. We must help our innovators move faster, while keeping treatments safe, accessible, and affordable. This is the ambition of the life science strategy we presented in July. We announced 27 actions to make Europe the most attractive place for life sciences by 2030. By optimizing research and innovation ecosystems, accelerating the road to market, and increasing uptake. And this will benefit our fight against rare diseases. For example, we are developing a new clinical research and investment plan. It will support multi-country trials and to make the most of our excellent infrastructure, like our clinical research infrastructure network already supporting around 80 trials. We will establish a new European network of centers of excellence for advanced therapies, connecting the best talent across the Union. And we will further improve our regulatory environment, which is crucial for developing rare disease drugs. Here, the Biotech Act that my colleague Oliver Varhelyi will present in the coming days, actually next week, in Strasbourg, during the Strasbourg Session College, will simplify regulatory pathways, strengthening our competitiveness, including in rare disease therapies. And finally, our proposal to double the successor of Horizon Europe, 275 billion euro, will allow us to support more research, more collaborations, more effective treatments in the long term, with a renewed focus on deployment and uptake. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe will continue supporting research and innovation for the 30 million people living with rare diseases, advancing new cures and accelerating solutions. And to do so, we will build on the European model that proved its success in the past decades. As I said, collaboration, working together. Thank you once again for your commitment, especially to the European Reference Network and to hosting today's event. Thank you so much for that. I hope I was able to say.
Commissioner, thank you very much for being here. Your words are music to our ears. And please remember, this community will benefit a lot of your initiatives, and perhaps we can help you to demonstrate the real impact that your initiatives has on real patients with real suffering, that have an impact on quality of life as well as on the economy. So for whatever it's worth, if you need political ammunition, if you need real evidence, real data, we are here behind you and your biggest supporters. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'd like now to continue after these inspiring words from our commissioner. I'd like to invite not less inspiring words, I am sure about that, from Giacomo Chiesi, Executive Vice President, Global Rare Diseases of the Chiesi Group. Giacomo, you can join us. In this opening, we do need, as we have done throughout the 3 days, the strong view, the strong opinions of the industry in this field. You are there to help us with innovation, and you are there to help us as well for access. We're going to be talking a lot about access today, continue talking about a series of mechanisms such as the fund, the guarantee fund, and others where we'll need the industry totally on board. So I guess I understand you're going to be sharing some of your views from the industry about strengthening and creating and strengthening this R&D ecosystem for rare diseases. Yes. Thank you for being here.
Well, thanks for having me. Thanks, Joseph. And yes, you're correct. I'm going to be sharing some of the views from Chiesi as an industry representative. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And after 2 days of intense discussions and inspiring ways to explore how we make rare disease treatments more available, more accessible for patients in Europe. And thanks, Maurizio, and thanks, Vytenis, for your leadership, from bringing us here together, and for the beautiful example of the ERNs. They've created history for rare disease, and they'll continue to do so in the future. At Chiesi, we are a biopharma company. We're headquartered in Parma, Italy. We have about 8,000 associates around the world in more than 30 different countries. That's just for context. Personally, I'm an Italian. I spent the last 12 years of my life in the United States, and I have just relocated back to Europe because I believe Europe has a bright future. We, as Chiesi, are here as a representative of the industry because we believe such opportunity exists for Europe. One, to play a pivotal role in shaping the rare disease agenda in the future. We're a global team at our company of people that are driven by making a difference for patients. We're present in 3 different areas: respiratory, neonatal care, and rare diseases. We started our dedicated rare disease business unit about 5 years ago. We decided to do so in a very deliberate way. We didn't have to do it. We decided to do it because we felt there was a huge, very significant unmet societal need. We still believe there is one. The organization, which was born 5 years ago, now includes 800 people, and we take 10 different commercial stage therapies to patients around the world. That's the impact that we've had and we want to continue to have, and we believe we can have it if we all collaborate. Rare diseases are an area that has seen good progress in Europe, but there's a lot more out there that needs to be done, particularly in ultra-rare conditions that have little or no treatments available. And to stay true to this ambition, we, as an industry representative, believe that we need to see change in the system. And I'm glad to hear what we've heard so far. All the things you guys have been saying are music to our ears. If we start from the Draghi November 2024 competitiveness report on Europe, we believe that Europe faces 3 key challenges. And these key challenges need to be addressed if we want to remain competitive. And these challenges are particularly acute in the biopharma space, and even more so in rare diseases. Challenge number 1, which we've alluded to already with data, limited investments compared to the United States and China. Challenge number 2, a lack of focus. Europe sets common objectives, which is great, but it lacks clear priorities and sometimes the associated actions as well. 3, inadequate coordination. We believe that Europe needs more strategic alignment in policies, supranational and national levels. To address these, we believe that Europe needs to, number 1, accelerate innovation and investments. Number 2, reduce fragmentation. And number 3, ensure shared responsibility across all stakeholders. So I'm going to take each one of these 3 one at a time. The first one is accelerating innovation and investments. We as a company have pledged to invest more than $1 billion euros in the next 5 years in research and development and manufacturing facilities located in Europe. We realize that our success as a company and the success of our industry, biopharma, is nested into the future success of Europe as a bloc, as a continent. We depend on each other. Innovation is the backbone of competitiveness and resilience in healthcare. But decades of aggressive cost-cutting, cost containment measures have weakened Europe's competitive position in the pharmaceutical and the innovation ecosystem, leaving Europe as number 2, number 3, maybe number 4 in the order priority of pharmaceutical companies. The impact is especially severe in rare diseases, where R&D, research and development, is highly risky, takes long, it's costly, and it's very uncertain, as my friend Emil Kakis alluded to earlier on. Last night's deal partially reduced incentives, such as IP and market protection, and for us is concerning. It's a lost opportunity for Europe and patients. We've seen evidence from independent research conducted by Dolan Consulting Company showing that in some cases, when you reduce incentives, you will eliminate the availability of future orphan drugs for patients, eliminating future R&D investments and reduce access. That's going to have an impact on millions of patients in the future, even in the context of rare diseases. In today's evolving healthcare landscape, innovation is a means of survival. We survive by innovating. We survive by investing. It's not just a fundamental driver of competitiveness. It's more than that. It's a means of survival in our new economy. The idea of negotiating and importing innovation generated elsewhere in China, in the United States, is not financially attractive, and it's strategically not sustainable for this continent. As a continent, we need to view health as an investment. Health is not a cost. Healthcare is an investment. You have to give it time, and it's going to pay back handsomely, but you have to give it time and believe. Now is the time to invest and protect Europe's innovation ecosystem by strengthening IP, ensuring predictable regulation, maintaining competitive incentives, and taking urgent policy action through the European Pharmaceutical Reform and the upcoming imminent Biotech Act. I'm going to now move on to the second one, which is the reduction of fragmentation with the intent of reducing inequitable access. 25 years after the orphan medicinal product regulation, 25 years ago, right? Access remains deeply unequal, with nearly 260 orphan drugs that have been approved centrally by the EMA, but wide variation across member states, leaving many rare disease patients facing long delays or no access at all in some cases. Think about this. Rare disease patients wait on average 542 days. That's far beyond the 180-day mandated requirement by the European Union. This is driven by some of the things that Emil alluded to, lengthy pricing and reimbursement negotiations. Fragmented systems and administrative barriers are also imposing a heavy toll on the 36 million Europeans that suffer from a rare disease, as well as significant and profound financial and psychosocial burdens. Independent analysis that was sponsored by us, by Chiesi, across Germany, France, and Italy, shows that the average rare disease socioeconomic burden is 107,000 euros per patient per year. And it's a multiple, as you, Maurizio, alluded to earlier on, of the cost that's inflicted, the burden for more common, more prevalent conditions. When you don't have a treatment, as you, Maurizio, alluded to, that cost increases by anywhere between 20% and 30%. Interestingly, there's a significant chunk of that cost which is borne directly by the patient and the family. That number is about 30%, 29, 30% when there is a treatment, but that number jumps to 45% when the treatment is absent. Treatments are needed. They carry a profound socioeconomic value to them. These findings demonstrate, therefore, the need to offer tailored regulatory pathways to ensure swift market access that recognize that full value of that treatment, including the costs that are borne by the families directly. And accelerating access depends crucially on reducing fragmentation and improving the coordination across healthcare systems. Some of the current frameworks that are undergoing discussions apply a one-size-fits-all. And this kind of approach jeopardizes the ability of individual companies to offer tailored approaches which try to meet national affordability constraints. And this results ultimately in a loss for patients. There are, at a national level, multiple proven early access pathways. Think about France, think about Germany, that provide patients with early access while at the same time having the PNR process go on and therefore maintain the prerogative of price control with the member states. These is an opportunity. Expanding these early access pathways to the rest of Europe is an opportunity that cannot be missed. I'll now transition into the last part, which is the shared responsibility. Ensuring homegrown innovation and equitable access to rare disease treatments requires what we like to call a shared responsibility among all stakeholders, meaning that cross-sector collaboration is fundamental and it is essential to drive real progress. We believe there's an opportunity to realign expectations on the biopharma industry. This can be achieved by launching a dedicated European task force on the biopharmaceutical sector, jointly led by the European Commission, the member states, with the industry, with patients, with physicians, and expert representation, and a clear mandate to accelerate sustainable access and strengthen the commercial environment for innovation. For investments to be there, there has to be attraction. with global momentum that's building through initiatives like Resolution for Rare and the development of the World Health Organization Global Rare Disease Action Plan, a European action plan makes a lot of sense. A European action plan for rare diseases is in fact critical to harness Europe's existing strengths, unifying and amplifying the national strategies and deliver transformational value through treatments to the millions of rare disease patients that we owe those treatments to. This is more than just policy priority. It is a moral obligation to these patients. So in conclusion, the decisions we're making now on several legislative fronts, such as the European Pharmaceutical Package, the HTA regulation, the health data space, the upcoming Biotech Act, are going to shape the rare disease landscape for decades to come. If we collectively want Europe to maintain its leadership and remain competitive in life sciences and ensure fair access to treatments, especially in rare diseases, we must take urgent action to accelerate innovation, reduce fragmentation, and share responsibility. At Chiesi, we remain fully available to foster this dialogue and this collaboration, and we believe that competitiveness, patient care, and scientific excellence all go hand in hand in the interest of the collective society. I want to reinforce to the policymakers present, please do not erode what's already weak. Do not erode what's fragile. Reinforce it and strengthen it. Health and prosperity are not separate. They go hand in hand and they are mutually reinforcing. Let us all work together to create a true ecosystem, one that attracts talent, one that attracts and accelerates investments and innovation, one that enables access and puts Europe back to where it belongs, at the forefront of science and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giacomo. Could you take a couple of seconds more? You reminded us about survival. We invest or we die. You reminded us something is very difficult to sell. I mean, I've spent half of my life saying health is wealth, but we find that very difficult. But you gave us very powerful numbers on the rare disease group. You gave solutions. I like your access pathways with some of the richer countries. The poorer countries a bit more difficult, which brings me to a question, if that's okay. A couple of questions. Do you therefore feel more positive? Does the industry will be happier to come back to Europe with a package of measures we hear from our commissioners? You mentioned them, from the HDS to the pharmaceutical legislation and the Biotech Act, number one, very briefly. And number two, can the industry chip in as well in this European Guarantee Fund we're talking about, where it's very much about access? And I was very, very encouraged to hear how important it is for you beyond the industry motives, the access of patients. It's heartwarming. Could you just, in a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes, just Max?
Yeah, of course, happy to. I'm going to have to ask to repeat the second question, but that's okay. Do we feel more positive with the package that's being discussed these days? That's the first question. Well, first of all, we need to understand exactly what's going to get passed. And the Biotech Act is still out there.
Let's assume it goes through.
Yeah.
We are in Christmas. We're Christmas now.
Good. Yeah, it's a good assumption. We need to understand exactly the application and how that's going to percolate at the national levels. Now, that being said, there are some good elements in there. There are also, as I mentioned, some concerning elements. And I'll mention just, for example, the reduction of the extension of the orphan drug designation duration, right? That goes down based on our initial understanding from 10 years to 9 years. We don't understand how that benefits anyone. Okay? That's one example. Another example or another thought goes back to the first of my 3 points, which is how do we accelerate investments? What are the incentives that we're providing? Whether it is private and public investments, co-investments, or to your point, is it tax reductions, tax incentives? All these things jointly converge to creating an environment which is more business friendly and it's more conducive to future investments and future returns, which again, companies are inevitably going to distribute to society when they generate work for talent, when they generate new treatments, when they generate efficiency in the system.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. The other second question, but we'll discuss that in the next panel, is a question, is one of the pillars of our declaration, which is the setting of a European Guarantee Fund for access to rare diseases, in which we trust, we hope, we count on the industry playing a central role to chip in, to help to finance that, as well as to benefit out of that, of course.
We remain completely committed to providing access to patients regardless of their underlying economic condition, regardless of where they are. We need to think about pragmatically about issues, right?
Indeed.
When prices are too low, companies might decide to not launch in a specific geography, and that's destructive. It's destructive for patients, first and foremost. It's destructive for society, but it's also destructive for the company. If we do not launch, it's a failure for us because number one, we don't hire people. Number two, we don't find additional talent. Number three, we cannot promote the drug there. We cannot do medical affairs. We cannot do patient advocacy. We cannot bring supply chain there.
We do understand.
It's a downward spiral for the system.
Thank you very much again, Giacomo, for being here with us.
Thank you.
I'd like to move us to our fireside chat and to welcome and with enormous gratitude to the Minister of Health of Lithuania, Maria Jakubauskienė, and also invite Professor Birutė Tumienė, who is head of the coordinating center in Lithuania, as well as chair of the member states coordination group of the ERN. Thank you very much for being here, Minister. This is supposed to be a fireside chat, but frankly, you know, with all this light and so on, I think it was President Roosevelt who came up with this idea, you know, in a more intimate, cozy environment to try to debate with you. So imagine that the light is lower, there is some fire there, and we can relax and chat between us about this area. Seriously, let me start, Maria, if I may. Lithuania is really punching above its weight in terms of size. You, in this particular area, and in many others, we could talk about many other things that Lithuania has been leading on over the years, health for all, health in all policies, for instance, many other areas, but today is about rare diseases. You are recognized as a front runner in this field. You have your national plan for rare diseases. So what I'd like to hear from you, and Birutė as well, complementing that, is some aspects of this national policy. So national policy, I'd like to hear perhaps from Birutė more about the referral pathways and the care pathways. Is a very complex area everywhere. Shorten, and you were involved in Shorten, you were leading that, Birutė. Talked a lot about these pathways, about how we coordinate in the national level, the access of these patients, rare disease patients, to our centers of expertise. And then I'll go back to you in talking about Lithuania, about the difficult questions, is the reimbursement. You know, you have other priorities, let's face it, we don't talk about that here, but you have other people that want your money, and it's not easy to put the money in a group, in a particular group, although we made all the case here for financing the rare diseases group appropriately for cost effectiveness as well as rights reasons. So let's start to tell us a bit more about what Lithuania is doing.
Thank you, Joseph. Very good morning to members of the parliament and distinguished colleagues, and it's my pleasure and honor to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I think in all the health policy framework, the talking about rare diseases and the necessity of a coherent policy framework is absolutely crucial. And we need innovation driving rare diseases treatment because the research field is complex, costly, and requires close collaborations. So Lithuania, thanks to Vytenis Andriukaitis and Birutė and many more colleagues who are not present here, and their efforts and input and dedication, we are where we are with the efforts that in a long run, with continuous approach, we have reached. Of course, talking about reimbursement, this is one of the aspects and pillars in rare disease comprehensive care pathway. Lithuania, as a small country, puts all the efforts somehow to address the issue of rare diseases. And it, of course, requires efforts and political will and, of course, resources. What we have already achieved throughout the many years of our efforts is that we are trying to establish the innovative research development-based ecosystem, starting from policy papers, political documents, and legislative framework to be supportive. And what I have in mind is that the absolutely important initiatives on supporting innovations, funding innovations in the health system, where we can also introduce different diagnostic technologies and diagnostic and treatment innovations, reimbursement of pharmaceuticals and medicines over the, I believe, 5 last years increased by 2 times.
Oh.
So, and this is the fastest reimbursement pace in our reimbursement system. And the patient scope and pool has increased by 40%. So this is important. We invest in making clinical trials more easily performed and conducted in Lithuania, which is also related to accessibility of different treatment options. We invest in secondary use of data. We actively participate in the European Health Data Space project. Actually, we put a lot of efforts in creating startups in an innovation development ecosystem as well. And having it all in mind, also we alleviate legislative regulations for in bioethical area and ethical regulation of clinical trials and biomedical research. So there is a lot of efforts also stimulating partnerships, public and private partnerships in industry. And that's, I believe that's a big field for, and maybe Birute could second me on clinical pathways.
Perfect. Let me push it. Why is that? I mean, you are really a country exemplary country, and for many of us to learn. It's my own curiosity. Is that personal leadership? Is your leadership people like Birute and some of the technical people behind that, experts? Is it our colleague Vytenis who started that 10 years ago, 8 years ago? What's behind this success? Because it's not easy to do all these elements you're putting together, all the monies for this group. Has it been communication? You've been very good at selling that in government, I guess.
I think all together may play a role. And I believe that Lithuania is a small country. Very well, we understand that we have to work in one architecture. And this is a good question, how policy, health policy is being made and constructed. I very much believe that it's 2 options that we discussed today in the morning with Birute. It might be that the leadership in health ministry, like it was in the case of Vytenis Andriukaitis, a medical doctor, professional, bringing professional agenda on a policy making level. This is one option. And another is when medical professionals obviously see the necessity, and they are becoming the change agents, and they are stimulating lazy bureaucrats to start working, or in a way, sometimes negligent.
And lazy politicians as well?
maybe in some cases. So they stimulate, the discussion, and they are the change agents of policy.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's very inspiring, truly.
I apologize
I
for
don't want
sincerity,
to flatter you, but it is truly inspiring, Minister. Virute, you not only in Lithuania, you are now one of these experts that are very much behind of all these success stories in Lithuania, but also at European level. We all know you in your various roles and various hats. One of the aspects we were talking about, we'll talk about Europe in a minute, but let's just stay in Lithuania now. This issue of the access pathways that in some ways Giacomo as well raised earlier, this is one of the biggest challenges, isn't it? The access pathways. We all heard about the 10 years time it takes for the diagnosis, for the accessing to diagnosis and the treatment. Can you give us some sort of lessons on that?
Yeah, so I will start actually from two success stories where Lithuania could have been maybe cited as front runners. Also, of course, we have front runners in every country. In every country, we have some brilliant actions, activities, initiatives that we really may share for rare diseases. But according to the number of full ERN members per million of inhabitants, Lithuania, a small country, is in the 4th place in Europe. Oops. And actually, what is behind that, it is are brave decisions taken by our brilliant politicians, actually at that time, Vytenis, to really use the opportunities that are provided by European collaboration. Because when the process of preparation for EN started, we didn't have designated centers, actually, that like many countries, our centers were acting by reputation only. It was difficult for our professionals, but it was like this. And there was a movement to really identify these centers and to designate them. It was given from European level, but we have taken that task very seriously. And it came with two very brave decisions as well. Centralization, because we know that to give safe and high quality services to our patients, we have to gain expertise. It cannot be gained without centralization. But centralization is such a difficult word in a political sense. So we were brave enough to really do that. Another decision was to really take that it is a pioneer activity. We didn't know at that time, what does that mean to be EN member? But nevertheless, we decided from the very start to participate actively and to take that challenge. And we tried to send as many centers as it was possible at that time identified. So just two very simple decisions, brave decisions, but they are about really using the opportunities that Europe gives us.
That's very, very helpful, which brings me to Europe. Minister, we're in Christmas. We are all asking presents from Father and Mother Christmas. What do we want from Europe? We've been hearing these days, and I'm sure you've been reading and preparing sort of, the declaration and so on for a number of the pillars that Vytenis was saying of our declaration is about the number of activities that need to be taken at EU level. We talked about the new action plan. We talked about mission, joint procurement. We'll be talking today about the European Guarantee Fund and many, many other areas. If I ask you for three of these presents, three areas where you like the European Union to support you, you're the boss. The European Union is there to support you. The Commission is there to support you. What would be the three things you would like to put on the table that are most important? Always difficult to make choices, isn't it? But politicians do that for a living. They have to choose.
That's a very generous and very nice and kind suggestion.
The microphone, I think. Sorry. Yeah.
That's a very generous and very kind suggestion to start dreaming about gifts. Of course, there is a list of wishful thinking items on the list, but first of all, I think it would be important to support the research and development infrastructures and also initiatives that could contribute to rare disease comprehensive care development approach. And of course, I think support of the reference networks would be, again, one of the priorities on the list and one of the wishes that could be continued to be supported. And when thinking about the third wish on the list, already as a Minister of Health, I would be dreaming of more coordinated, collaborative possibility for compensating, reimbursing very expensive medicines for our patients, especially for such a small country as Lithuania, to have joint procurement with European, maybe Commission leadership. Of course, I know the difficulties. We are in in very diverse, and because of that different diversity for reimbursement policies in different countries, we are therefore limited by that options, but that could be on a wishing list for Christmas.
We take a lot of note of that. And actually, Minister, we have a panel later on where we're going to be talking about access and joint procurement. What about the European Guarantee Fund? Of course, the problem is, or the challenge is where the money comes from to fit it. But what would be your views on the European Guarantee Fund? This is one of the pillars as well we have in our declaration.
Of course, that I think it's absolutely an absolutely necessity and important item.
Perfect. Birute, one area that you and I were talking about, and I was very interested to hear about access, about financing, is the ERNs becoming not the gatekeeper, but the gate opener. the ERNs becoming a form of accessing to, we have all this debate about the cross-border directive, about the ability of patients going to other countries. The ARN is the perfect, I may say so, infrastructure, knowledge to help steering this cross-border for the patients that really need to move.
Yeah, already during the very first day of this conference, we have heard a plea from home: use us. We are here, European reference networks. We have so many competencies. We have so many resources. Use us. And indeed, it would be one more argument for countries to use them. As you know, cross-border healthcare is quite a difficult topic. According to both evaluations, it is not used to the full extent. And of course, rare diseases is among those topics for cross-border. Yeah. Now, European reference networks really have all those competencies to be guiders. Okay, not gatekeepers, just guiders for patients, where to identify the most needed expertise. If it is required, if it is sufficient, the help can be virtual. EANs provide measures for that, instruments for that, CPMS. But if it is not sufficient, if there is really a need for physical movement of a patient, it is also in the hands of EANs and EAN centers to know what are the national capacities, when these capacities are really exhausted, and when there is a real need for a patient to move, and to identify the best stop point for that movement. So we have to use that resource.
Absolutely. I like that very, very much, and I'm sure the ERN colleagues would agree with that. Minister, I ask you what presents you won. Now we ask you a present. You have the presidency in 2027, 10 years after our commissioner at that time put in place the ERNs on the table, the Vilnius Declaration as well. Then I know, and I'm not asking you at this stage to commit to anything. I understand that there's still lots of debate at national level. But how can you sort of, what do you think that we can do with the presidency vis-a-vis putting that on the table? Let me also say that a lot of the thinking in this declaration that we are putting forward, like the action plan, was something that in Lithuania was pushed to other member states over the years. So something you already own and co-own. So how much of that we can put in your presidency, Minister?
That's indeed a very acute and very relevant question, because the debates are very much going on what are the priorities. And I think partially the answer to your question is my presence here. And thank you for invitation once again. So, without any, as you kindly not asking for very specific obligations, this is a very good example of intention and the look where we are directing towards, and of course the legacy of all the initiatives that have been achieved 10 years ago at the time of our presidency, and gives us again a professional, political, and maybe moral obligation to continue and to support. So at the time, in the meantime and time being, we are looking for the possibilities and options how to address rare diseases during the presidency of Lithuania in 2027.
Indeed, if anything else, we should be celebrating your success, but not just to celebrate, but to show how much it can be done. Don't you think, Birute, we want to give us 30 seconds and we'll wrap it up because time is chasing us badly.
Yeah, I didn't answer your questions about actually care pathways. And it seems that it is an area where we are really so autonomous because we organize care in our countries very independently, autonomously, subsidiary. But it seems that European collaboration is also absolutely required here because, may I provoke you a little bit? Do you know
the whole point?
Okay, so do you know we know very well that our healthcare systems are not prepared to give services for rare diseases, yes. Do you know what are the principles, really? What are those principles for organizing care services for rare diseases? Now, do you know any publication, OECD, World Health Organization, European Observatory about that? No.
Care pathways are at the core of
So
a lot of the thinking, but not for rare diseases.
Yeah, so actually there are three ways how to find that. One is usual one, learning by doing, actually subject to error and trial, and countries are doing that, of course. Another one that we are currently applying in joint action Jardin, we will talk about that. It has to share best practice examples and also lessons learned among us, and not to learn only from our own mistakes, but also from others, and to improve. And there is one ideal one. It is evidence-based, and we also mentioned that unfortunately, we do not have evidence. We are just now collecting it, starting to collect in Jardin, but we have to move much more forward. Therefore, it seems that care organization is such an autonomous decision, but it is also not possible without collaboration in the rare disease area.
I think that therefore we have already priority, yet another priority for your presidency, Minister, the development and the agreement of these care pathways, which can be used across countries in terms of best practices for rare disease patients, and the Jardin and others can produce a lot of the ammunition. Thank you very much for this fireside chat. Really appreciate it, very inspirational. Thank you very much for being here, Minister.
Thank you very much.
I know I fought very hard to give you 10 minutes break, but please do not escape. You have to go to the toilet, I allow that, but I'll be watching. I'm back. 5 minutes break. You get the coffee, go to the toilet, and back to your seat. Thank you.
Apparently, it's better if people hear with the headphones.
Yes, I'm going to do that. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, you're abusing my 10 minutes. You are taking too much time for your coffee and toilet. Can I ask you please to come back? We have a very, very busy program, and we need to start again, please. I'm so sorry. Please take your seats. We're about to take off. And we want all you in your seats, seat belts, ready to go. Can I invite Nicolas González Casares to join me, please? We need to restart, please. Mr. González Casares, could you join me, please? I cannot see you right now. I'm short-sighted. We need a leader. Thank you, Vytenis. You need to lead the troops. Yes, absolutely. Nicolás, ¿cómo estás? Un placer tenerte, por favor. Gracias por estar aquí. Soy español, joder.
Sí, catalán.
Claro. Te he dicho español, ¿eh? No me he metido yo en política. No. Please do take your seats. Please, we need to start, and we're going to start if you're standing up. I know it's very unfair to put so much pressure after, but I think there's so much ahead of us and so interesting and so relevant and so important for our community, for what we believe on, for what we are working on, that we need to give the time that these very key experts deserve in this conference. And as I say, key experts and politicians and policymakers, it's a real pleasure for me to introduce Nicolás González Casares, member of the European Parliament. Nicolás, I don't know how long you've been able to be with us. Today is the day of politics. Today is the day that we all believe on the ERNs, on the rare diseases. We have the evidence, we have the numbers. We keep repeating this thing about health is wealth and health is an investment. But it is difficult, isn't it, to present that to our policymakers and politicians. It's difficult to ask them for the money and the policies. And you are here in two capacities, as well as Member of Parliament, as part of STOA. STOA is indeed one of our main counterparts, as Vytenis was saying the other day, for the declaration. And very, very importantly, you are the rapporteur on the legislative initiative on the EU Rare Diseases Action Plan, and very much overdue policy, an action plan that we need to bring. Many member states already have action plans, and I think to have an European one will be particularly important. So if you could reflect on these two areas, please.
So first, thank you to all of you. Thank you for inviting me to this very important conference. I have to say thank you to my colleague Vytenis, because he convinced me to come here today, but he's also very, very enthusiastic defending the patient's rights when it comes to rare diseases. So first, thank you, Vytenis, for your incredible and constant work defending the right of the patients, because this is a reality. And I can say it as a colleague in our working group that you are working very hard on that almost every single day. So thank you so much. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today to speak about rare diseases, this high-level meeting on rare diseases. That is not just another appointment on the calendar. Please, I'm a little bit tired, not because it's too early, because for me it's like too late. Yesterday we had the trilogue of the pharma packets. We had a deal finally, and I think it's a good deal for the interest of the patients, rare diseases. Here is with me also a colleague, Sina Bose from the Renew Europe group. And she was one of the negotiators, the negotiator team. And in our faces, you can feel that we worked very hard at night, and also all our teams that they are also a little bit tired, but it works. And it works because it's good for the people. Sometimes when you go to a trilogue, you want the best for your interest. You not always get the best for your interest, but at least we manage to get the best deal possible in the real situation. And I think it's a well-balanced agreement. I will speak later on that. I think that rare diseases, I think that is also, you mentioned politics, it's also a test of our political courage, of our commitment to the most vulnerable, and of our willingness to build a Europe that truly protects. We all know the figures. More than 30 million people in Europe live with a rare disease. But behind this number are families who spend months, years, sometimes entire lifetimes searching for answers, experts and solutions that should be readily available in a union like ours. And let us be honest, today, access to care for rare diseases depends far too much on your postcode and far too little on your rights as European citizens. And this is not acceptable, not scientifically, not morally, and certainly not politically. Yesterday, we reached an agreement in the pharmaceutical package, and priorities for accessibility were there for the socialists for sure, for other negotiators as well, but for most of all, we defend a strong commitment for the research on rare diseases. We must make a strong effort to promote research and develop the treatments these patients need, and with facts, not only with words. That's why we push for incentives for the medicines that are more difficult to have, those targeting orphan diseases with high unmet medical needs. For these medicines, the agreement sets a special incentive of 11 years of regulatory and market protection. And through its rare diseases affects a small number of people, together they impact more than 30 million Europeans. And that was taken into account yesterday during the trilogues. And this is exactly what the European Parliament requested the recent STOA study. I'm speaking also today on behalf of the STOA, the scientific body of this Parliament, addressing challenge to European multi-country collaboration models for rare diseases. Its objective is clear: to identify what stands in the way of cooperation and how we can dismantle those barriers so that every patient in every member state benefits from the best of Europe and implement the measures needed to achieve it. The findings are as following. First, expertise is uneven and fragmented. Some countries have specialized centers with world-class knowledge. Others, especially smaller or less resourced member states, simply cannot accumulate enough cases of rare diseases to build expertise at all. The result is predictable: inequalities in survival rates, inequalities in diagnosis, inequalities in hope. Second, we lack the critical mass to drive research. In many ultra-rare diseases, no single country can generate enough evidence to improve care or test new therapies. Without European cooperation, research simply does not happen, or it happens too slowly. Third, our legal and digital frameworks are not up to the task. Even when a specialist in other member states could make the difference between life and death, clinicians often cannot share data in time or at all. Technical barriers, administrative barriers, national interpretations of EU law, all of these get in the way. And yet, patients are clear. They want solutions. They want sharing. They want Europe to act. The STOA report responds with 6 key policy actions, and we can provide support to them. They range from pseudonymized data sharing among experts to real-time cross-border collaboration to the establishment of a new level coordinated body that can finally bring coherence to our efforts. But the study also highlights something even more fundamental. We need stable and long-term financing. Let me be absolutely clear. This cannot be done with project money, pilot schemes, or with goodwill alone. Health policies need the constant funding. We need a European dedicated fund with ring-fenced resources in the next MFF, not symbolic funding, not fragmented funding, a real budget line, predictable, long-term, and mission-driven. And this is precisely where my work as rapporteur for the Parliament initiatives on rare diseases, the INI that we are starting right now, comes. This is our political opportunity, perhaps our last in this mandate, to all Europeans, to tell Europeans that we understand the urgency and that we are prepared to act with ambition. And I want to be clear today, this INI will reflect the scientific warnings and the ethical imperatives highlighted by the report. We are proposing strong research-driven priorities, building a true European rare diseases research ecosystem, not 27 small ones, securing European registers, interoperable and ethically governed to generate real-world evidence that we desperately need, supporting multi-country clinical trials, especially in ultra-rare diseases. That was also one of the outcomes yesterday, give more incentives to the industry for multi-country clinical trials. Strengthening and properly funding the European reference networks so that they can go from networks of goodwill to operational engines of expertise. And once again, establishing the right fenced fund that the STOA reports call, a fund that will ensure continuity, sustainability, and fairness across Europe. And the sixth option is crucial. This dedicated long-term EU fund for health with ring-fenced funding for rare diseases is clear that a sustainable collaboration requires this kind of funding. Without money, there is no reform. Without a mandate, there is no political action. And without Europe, there is no improvement for rare diseases. This is why this file, the senior report, will insist that the Commission, together with the Council, put rare diseases where they belong, at the heart of the Union's health, research, and social justice agenda, because rare diseases are not afterthought. They are litmus tests of Europe's capacity to act as one. And let's not forget something essential. Cooperation is not charity. Cooperation is efficiency. Cooperation is science. Save money, and of course, it saves lives. When data flows, knowledge grows. When expertise is shared, inequalities diminish. When research is European, innovation accelerates. And when we work together, truly together, patients feel the difference immediately. But this will not happen automatically. We must choose it politically. We must defend it publicly. And we must finance its responsibility. That is the political message I want to send today. A Europe that cannot cooperate on rare diseases is a Europe that is not living up to this own promise. We cannot speak of a European Health Union if a child chances of survival depends on geographically or lack. We cannot speak of fairness where families travel thousands of kilometers because their own health system lacks the tool to help them. And we cannot speak of excellence where research stagnates for lack of coordinations and resources. Europe can do it better, and Europe must do it better. We have strengths. Don't fear the threats that we have outside. We have to believe in the European Union, in all the scientific ecosystem that we together can create. So the next MFF must give us also the tools. Let us seize the moment to build the world's most advanced ecosystems on the fight against rare diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicolas. There is an unanimous thank you to you for this speech. And we need to count on you, sorry. We need to count on you and other fellows, members of parliament, to find the money within the MFF, which is not going to be easy. So we count on that leadership. And we count as well for you to go back to your member state, Spain in this case and the others, because we need a lot of that support as well for your legislation here. So thank you very much for inspiring words. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and thank you to all the participants.
Apparently there is some problems with sound in the room. I've been asked to ask you to wear your headphones. That may be easier for you to listen, and for the speakers to talk closely to the microphone. Not a problem for me because I scream rather than I speak, but for most people, that's a real problem. May I now invite, please, the panelists for the policy discussion today, the first policy discussion we have, which is on the exploring new early access models to prioritize equitable access to innovative orphan therapies and diagnostics. So if I can ask the panelists to join me, please. We have with us Stine Bosse. Please join, don't wait for me to introduce you, just join me, please. Also a member of the European Parliament. Stine, we count on you very much as well for this leadership in the field of rare diseases, in getting us into the MFF. Silvio Brusaferro, former president of the Italian Institute of Health. Silvio has a lot of experience on a broad set of issues, European issues as well, with newborn screening, but also around the times of the COVID, he had to negotiate lots of tools and strategies across Europe. Alexandra Perry, Humbler-Perry, CEO Rare Disease International. She'll give us sort of the broader perspective on the rare diseases beyond Europe. And Johan Prevost, Executive Director, IPOPI, which again represents as well the patient organization. Last but not least, we have Alexis Arsimanoglu, European Reference Network for Rare and Complex Epilepsies, who will be introducing the pillar, the priority for this session. As you can see, we have very much a political side and we have the patient side for this particular issue of accessing the orphan drugs that we need. So Alexis, wherever you are, if you want to introduce the issue, please, the priority we have today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Josep. Well, Maurizio Scarpa showed you the global numbers about rare diseases and patients with rare diseases this morning. Allow me, as an introduction, to place the concept of rare and complex diseases at the level of one patient, of a patient. By definition, each individual patient is from onset suffering from a disease and from its consequences, independently of how the disease is labeled. And meaning that he or she will have a rare disease or not only once diagnosed by someone, which means that what we are doing here today, it's not only for the 36 million people in Europe with a rare disorder, it is for shaping the whole healthcare system that needs to identify the patients as early as possible when their disease appears for the first time. Now, let us go back to diagnostics, innovation, and clinical trials. And let's rapidly give you a picture of who I am and how I lived across this. I trained as a child neurologist, and I'm still am, had the opportunity to start my studies in Greece and then in the UK before working for more than 40 years in France and recently to the Barcelona Children's Hospital San Juan de Déu in Spain. Now let me paraphrase my favorite Greek poet, Konstantinos Kabafis, who said, Ithaca gave you the marvelous journey. I could say Europe gave me the marvelous journey for this. During all this career, I had the opportunity to meet hundreds of children with neurological disorders, to discuss with their parents, with their dears. Unfortunately, the first years of my career, the only thing I could basically do, if we want to be honest, is to accompany those parents and this child while the child was still deteriorating by a neurological disorder at the very best. It remained stable because we could manage some of the deficits related to their disorders. But this sad side is not the only one. There is a flip side of the coin. Barack Obama launched the 1,000 Genomes Project, or funded it at least, less than 20 years back. In 2008, 2009, the same year as Apple introduced the first iPhone. You all know what you can do today with your iPhone or with any smartphone. So please take a minute to imagine what changed in the healthcare panorama in such a short period of time, less than 20 years. Genetic screening, newborn screening, robotics, highly performant imaging tools, new, safer surgical techniques and tools, discovery of new treatments, and a steadily growing knowledge on mechanisms of diseases, again, no matter rare or not rare, a better use of therapeutic approaches, which at the end offer to patients living in Europe, which is unfortunately not the case in the rest of the world, and we need to keep it in mind, a very large panel of possibilities for early diagnosis and best possible treatment. In the last 5 years, 5 or 6 years, and it was mentioned during the past 2 days and this morning, we have all seen the development of new, more targeted therapies that in many cases not only treat, but cure the patients. And again, the precision medicine program dates only on 2015, which is at 10 years at the best. So from a doctor's point of view, imagine now if I was a patient, it is very difficult for me to understand why, for example, the implementation of tools like genetic screening or newborn screening, despite their cost effectiveness, it was repeated several times these days, are still not considered a priority, particularly in countries that have less resources than others. It is very difficult to understand why today in Europe, access to well-designed clinical trials or new treatments is only possible years after they are launched in the US, and the same applies when the drugs become available to the market. It takes 5, 6, 8, 10 years sometimes for a drug, even in a field like mine, like the epilepsy care. So I don't think that anyone in this panel can challenge the statement that early diagnosis as early as possible, particularly of a complex disease, can only lead to earlier and better treatment, reducing the societal costs when comparing it to the cost of supporting a handicapped patient and his family for a lifetime. It is as easy as that. It's very simple mathematics at the level of the doctor I am. I do not need the statistical analysis to prove this, I think. So what is the statement that this panel is supposed to discuss today? The emergency of having equitable access to innovative diagnostics and orphan therapies, the development of a financially sustainable model for early access, and the development of pan-European pathways and cross-country collaborations with industry. What we apparently still do not realize is that all the ingredients, someone talked about the cooking book 2 days ago, all the ingredients for a better and cost-effective care, at least in Europe, are already in place. We do not need to start from scratch. We do not need to present this as a huge financial mountain that it is impossible to achieve. Do you know any other region in the world with 450 million inhabitants that already has a place, not a project, but a fully structured network with more than 1,600 medical teams, experts in their respective diseases, such as the European reference networks? Do you know any other region in the world that such a network, built in less than 8 years, is mainly at the service of public health? And we often forget it. It is not the US system. It is based mainly on public health, with the differences between countries, no doubt, but it is still public health. Do you know any other region in the world that the coordination of such a network, funded with a minimal budget of 1 million euros, less than 1 million euros per year and per year end, allows all member states, the 27 plus, the 28, coordinate collaborative research across Europe independently of the resources of each individual country, including, of course, all the funding for research projects provided by the European Commission. To provide without any direct conflict of interest, and I insist on that, evidence-based data to policymakers of, for example, how many fully equipped centers need to be accredited across Europe. If I am in my own country, someone can always say, I defend my own medical department, my own university, my own institution. If I'm at the level of the year-end coordinations, I am talking about the whole Europe. I am not defending my personal interests de facto. And I think that the policymakers should take advantage of this already constituted network of experienced people treating patients for years now. At the same time, to propose to those who discover and develop diagnostic tools and treatments, mainly the pharma and of course academia, registries that include homogenized and scientifically valid data, or for even very small groups of rare diseases. And again, I'm talking about the ERNs, who have the know-how and the ethical framework already in place, to an excess sometimes, but it is there and so much the better, that can facilitate, for example, decentralized clinical trials. Is it so difficult in Europe, with all the means we have, to implement decentralized trials via this network of qualified experts across Europe that can validate inclusions into a trial, even for patients that are in a remote area in a country where, of course, the treating physician cannot be expert in all rare diseases? Those that have the know-how to advise the regulatory agencies about which new treatments are really innovative and disease modifiers, who can advise the policymakers on which treatments are to be reimbursed in priority. And again, without any conflict of interest, we are at the level of Europe. We are not at the level of each individual government, ministry, or country. And of course, then the decisions can be taken on the basis on that advice. Who can advise almost immediately after a new medical discovery which tests should or not be urgently included in a newborn screening, because the cost if you include a discovery 10 years later is huge. And those that treat the patients every day and for years have the knowledge and can advise policymakers saying this test we need to wait a little bit more, this one can be accredited starting tomorrow. Last but not least, we all have the necessary competences to better organize cross-border care whenever needed, even for individual patients. And the year-ends proved this the last years, being the pandemic, being the Ukrainian war, being our everyday work, the numbers were shown. And I will give you an example from my own small field of expertise. Epicare has only 50, 60 members, but has 1,400 doctors working for the community. So is it, for example, more cost-effective for a member state to fund the development of one or more epilepsy surgery centers, a discipline that requires multidisciplinary expertise? It is very expensive, but cure patients. Is it necessary to have it in every country in the European Union? Or, for example, we can make sustainable and already existing network of experts, which, by the way, are selected by their ministries of health. They are peer-reviewed, and they are accredited by the European Union. It's not that they auto-nominated themselves as experts. They are there through a very comprehensive process, and use these panels of experts to say, for this disease and for this point, this patient, it may be better, instead of having one center in a small country, to go next door and have the same treatment through the system we have in the European Union. As I said yesterday, and I'm finishing, experience is not acquired only by reading medical books and being well trained. First of all, it is acquired, at least in medicine, when diagnosing and treating many patients every day. And this is the only way to achieve expertise. And this is why collaboration is needed across Europe, because no matter what technical methods we will try to find, there is no doubt that a small country will remain a small country, a bigger country will remain a bigger country, at least for the moment. And it is the collaboration of all the stakeholders across Europe that makes the difference, no matter if you are a small country or a big country, a big hospital or a small hospital. So I just think that this is what was achieved. And with these questions of what can be done next, I prefer leaving the floor to the panel to ask the concrete questions on the clinical trials and all the rest. Thank you.
Perfect. As you can see, Alexis is a very good example of the capacity, the passion that characterize our ERNs. Thank you very much indeed, Alexis. Only one comment. Kavafi said, is the journey that counts, not arriving there, not getting to Ithaca. In this case, we want to get to Ithaca. We want to get what we need for our patients.
Glad you know, Kavafis, it is true, but Ithaca had a whole history behind it, so it's okay.
Let's discuss Kavafis later, but that was a perfect example, wasn't it? That helps us today very much. So we have a number of questions for our panelists to address within the time we have. One is on barriers and priorities for access. We already talked a lot about that, but we want to hear them about what to do about these barriers that our patients are facing. About also, Kiesi today was talking about the risk sharing, the incentives to the industry to give us these drugs we need to have this access. The complexities of moving from pilots to scale, that's another one of the questions. And in particular, we want to talk about the tools that we can use at the European level. The minister told us already about joint public procurement as one of the tools. And indeed, we talked a lot already about the European Guarantee Fund. So we want now to go in more detail on those. Let me start with barriers and priorities for access. So we have obstacles around affordability, fiscal constraints, fragmented HTA, different reimbursement models. From the perspective of the patient, Johan, what's your perspective on that? Where we should be, which tree should we be barking to get the access of that the patients deserve?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. And obviously, lots has been said, as you've said. I think I will maybe start with a comment, because what Giacomo said in his presentation resonated, which is innovation is survival. And I think, we've also used the expression health is wealth for a number of years. Maybe we should start talking about health is strengths, especially in the current agenda. I think health makes Europe a stronger continent. And of course, when we talk about innovation is survival for patients, this is extremely important. And often the first step to access the innovative treatment is going to be, of course, the diagnosis. I don't need to go over what has already been said in terms of delayed diagnosis and misdiagnosis, which is something which is very relevant for the patient community we represent at IPOPI, which is rare immune disorders, about 600 of them nowadays. But of course, the first step is also the screening for a lot of these more serious conditions that we represent. And I agree also with what Alexi was saying in terms of the newborn screening. And I think if we talk about tools, again, the ERNs can really play an important role there in really providing support to the member states. I think we should put ourselves in the angle that Europe can also support the member states to become more efficient at running their newborn screening program. And this is something that we have been working for a number of years under the Screen for Rare stakeholders platform with our colleagues from the International Society for Neonatal Screening, but also from some of the ERNs involved on the topic, such as—
What do you want? Do you want more money for screening? Do you want European guidelines that we all should align to?
I think if we look at the picture of newborn screening, just in the number of conditions that is being screened between different member states, with Italy, I think 49, and other member states, only 2 or 3 conditions. Yes. There's a lot that we can do to bring the field to a level field. I think if we look at newborn screening in particular, there's many things that can be done in terms of European guidelines and perhaps even council recommendations on newborn screening. We can also look at a lot of technical aspects. We can look at better case definitions that will enable us to speak a similar language when we address rare disorders within newborn screening programs, and of course also integrate data on newborn screening in ERN registries is just another area. So I think we've had some, a good piece of news recently from the ERNs that together with Screen for Rare, we have been discussing this, and there's going to be the launch of an inter-ERN newborn screening committee that I think can take this role, but maybe to move into the access frameworks for innovative therapies, because of course we also observe all the challenges that have been mentioned in terms of accessibility, and it's often linked to lack of resources, especially in smaller member states, misaligned reimbursement policies and fragmented HTA frameworks. But at the same time, I think we need to think that, especially for the rare immune disorders that we represent, but for all rare diseases, that there's probably not one solution for all, and we need to approach rare disease therapies in the isolated environment. So just 2, quick examples from our patient community. Gene therapy plays an important part there, and access to gene therapy, even when they are licensed, remains a problem. So we were just very recently advocating in Romania for the reimbursement of a licensed gene therapy called Strimvilis, used for skilled ADA. And we need as patient organization to actually continue to deploy efforts, even for those that ultimately under the cross-border as a licensed medicinal products, should be reimbursed. But then if we look at another type of rare disease therapies which intervene for all patients, which is immunoglobulin replacement therapy. These are plasma-derived, and there the problem is completely different when we talk about access framework. It's about Europe having enough raw material to produce their own immunoglobulin therapies, and that's the collection of human plasma. So I think we need to also place the debate against the various supply chains.
And later I want to bring you back, Johan, about the joint procurement, about the guarantee fund, about the kinds of mechanisms to actually have that access when the screening is being licensed. It's value for money, has the evidence behind. I want to hear more from you on that later on. Silvio, you have a lot of experience in getting us access to vaccines during COVID. We're not in COVID, but this is quite an emergency as well, the situation with the rare diseases patients. You have experience on newborn screening as well. And what is the obstacle and how do we deal with that? The other day you're saying to me, bureaucracy is interesting. lack of value-based sort of evidence? What is it? Give me two things that are really important there, and how do we deal with them?
Thank you very much. First of all, to the organizer, to Maurizio, to Vytenis, and to you, of course, for inviting me, to giving me the opportunity to share some ideas. Of course, my point of view is a public health perspective. I'm a medical doctor in public health, and I'm just involved in healthcare organizations. So I'm not a clinician, but I saw the picture, bigger picture. So I try to give some idea according to, I would say just three things as a premises. The first one that emerged during these three interesting days. We are in a new era and we need new tools. Some of them can be, adapting the existing tool. The other one should be in some way, we have to have the courage to invent something new. That is the first challenge. Second one, time is a variable very, very decisive. We need to speed our processes in all the terms. Third, we can expect, in my point of view, to be perfect when we set up a program. We should adopt an approach, try and learn. That doesn't mean we don't have to control the risks. Risks are there. Innovation brings risk with it. But we should, not be victim of the risk. Avoiding risk means all the risk means no innovation. That we should balance in some way. That is the premises. The fourth premises is a perspective of the stakeholder. And I put it as a first answer to your question is, how should a CEO of a hospital, of a trust, be proud to have a rare disease network inside its institution? This is another stakeholder. They should be engaged on that. Yeah. So I would say that in some way, do you have a label? Do you have an incentive? Why should you be interested in investing in? Because you are investing for cancer, clinical trials, that kind of things. But if you think about rare diseases, and you have this magnificent rare network of ERMs, and most of the time when I speak with the CEOs, they are not really aware of that. Or they partially be, they don't understand exactly what does it mean. So I would say that we should engage them in some way, being proud that in their hospital there is specialized people, not just to give the best specialist in Europe, but part of a network that that hospital is part of.
Okay, so
coming to further possibilities, just the introduction that Alexis mentioned, that we have all the part of the recipes. We have many, many, many ingredients of our cookbook. And so one part is continue and reinforce what is there. The first suggestion, just having had the opportunity to hear from all the speakers during 3 days, which are the list, or can we have a list of interaction of this program with all the European Union program, starting from, infection control, antimicrobial resistance, to, Council recommendation 2009, cross-border. We have a huge number of part of the recipes. And if we try to set up, a sort of drawing and all the interaction with that, how can we interact with that? And where there are the most critical point in this interaction would provide a big picture that is absolutely essential in my point of view for rare diseases, but is essential for every kind of disease we are speaking about.
Yeah.
It's the same for other. Second one, we have an incredible experience. Yesterday, the colleague from JRC just was mentioned very, very briefly, but if you look at the accreditation of breast cancer network in Europe, we have a really powerful system for accreditation of breast cancer that is going on. If you look at the standards and the KPI are incredibly detailed, and this is a program ongoing. Just they mentioned that is going on for colorectal cancer, yes, prostate and kind of thing like that. So why? And accrediting an institution can be attractive. If you have a label for European Union, the CEO can be attractive because you are accredited. You have a MEP, and you have the knowledge. We have this JRC, we have the standards. You are as expert in setting up the standards and KPI and kind of thing like that. I think would be very, very well. The third one is according to the last one.
Because we are very, very tight on time.
No,
Sorry.
I want just
I would like to listen much more. It's just we have so much pleasure.
You're right. I want just to reinforce what happened, what was mentioned before. Moving from single act to pathways. Accreditation can be a part of it. So accrediting pathways would be really a great challenge and can be really important for value-based.
Now that's very, very helpful because it echoes many of the pillars of objectives of the declaration. Accreditation, credibility around that. Also, you talked a lot, but I like that very much about the chief executive officers, the directors of these hospitals feeling that pride of being part of that, being accredited. And you mentioned a lot about the communication and bringing the various actors on board and the need for rare diseases to be less insular, I suppose. I think it's worth saying that. We need to work with the other networks as well. Let me move now to Alexandra. Alexandra, thank you very much for being here. You can give us this broader perspective. We're not alone in this fight. We heard from the regional director, Hans Kluge, the other day about the World Health Assembly resolution. What is your perspective on these kinds of challenges? How other continents are resolving them better than we do? Hopefully.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me on behalf of Rare Diseases International, the Global Alliance of Persons Living with Rare Disease. First of all, perhaps I would like just to come back to the notion of access. I mean, we're talking about access to therapies, but we know that in rare disease, to ensure access to therapies, we need to ensure access to diagnosis, and this has been very well explained before. But as well, data and registries in many countries is still so much a challenge. Plus regulatory pathway, it's again, in Europe, but even more in low and middle income country, a real problem. And there is also the referral for patients. So patient care pathway are often missing in many low and middle income countries. So basically, when we look at it, the challenges that you have in Europe are perhaps amplified in a low and middle income country because there is a systemic, even more issue. There is often a problem of access to care overall, so they're not enrolled in healthcare system. So you certainly know very well the reality of many low and middle income countries' patients. And so that's why we still need political momentum. We need political will to ensure that rare diseases is put at the highest level as a priority in public health. And so what I've done, the World Health Assembly resolution in May 2025, it has recognized rare disease as a global health public priorities. And ensuring that there is more access to diagnosis, care. And so this is there. And this resolution, I invite you to look at it. You'll see how comprehensive it is. Most importantly, that resolution asked the World Health Organization to develop a 10-year global action plan on rare diseases. That resolution has been backed up by more than 300 organizations, including hospital, academic, civil society. And this shows that first of all, there is a movement here. There is a movement that we still want some solution because we want some impact. We want to overcome the gaps that we still see in every region. But most importantly, that global action plan requires member states to report to the World Health Assembly every 2 years about their progress. And this doesn't exist today. By making accountable member states, including the European Union, we ensure that we can still look at where the gaps are and where we still need to invest. This is the only way to have a more comprehensive and coordinated solution for every country, which is even including Europe. I just would like to remind that the country that have co-sponsored the resolution in Europe, and I lost my list, but first it was led by Spain. Spain has played a very important role, and Egypt. And then France had John as a co-sponsor, Greece as well, Lithuania, and others. So now what is needed is to keep that momentum going because often we have resolution and global action plan. That's
the key question.
Paper.
Resolutions are pieces of paper. Sorry, I come from WHO as well. So how do we move that forward? Where is the money? Where is the commitment? Where's the accountability? When is the name and shame?
Okay, so a very good question. It's very timely because the executive board of the WHO in early February is going to discuss again about the resolution. And the key question they ask member states, including the European Union, is how, what is the member states' wish for WHO to prioritize? And I think this is obvious. This is about providing a consultation process to all stakeholders, including European Union stakeholders, to the development of the Global Action Plan. And just to finish, because what will do that development of Global Action Plan is all the solutions that you have talked today will be able to be embedded in that Global Action Plan because they should be working group. So
what
you're doing today actually would be extremely useful to inform the Global Action Plan.
I'm sorry to be facetious, Alexandra, but
okay.
I wanted to hear that. I wanted to hear accountability, benchmarking, showing which countries are going ahead of the game. Now, I mean, moving to the kind of second question, really, I'm very, very pleased to welcome Stine here today. You've been a real champion. We know of your work in the parliament. We are extremely grateful, this community, for the leadership. You are behind of many of the legislation now that are the biotech, for instance, that is underway. So thank you for that, Stine. And what's your perspective, not only on the markets, but I think you've been working quite a lot of the idea of access and competitiveness. Sometimes that binomium that seems impossible, you know, we want to be competitive, but we want to give access. Can you give us your reflections, your political and strategic reflections from the parliament, Stine, please?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, and especially thank you to my great colleague Andriukaitis, who is really the champion in this area. So allow me to be a little bit tired. So if I stumble in my words, it's because I left this building at 6 o'clock this morning after finalizing the big pharma package and with some great news for the community. I have been working since my campaign. I will spare you from my private story, what took me into the area of rare diseases, but I can tell you that the engagement and the, how can I say it, the spirit of patients and patients' relatives is really, for everybody concerned, astonishing. And it, for me, is something that gives me a great obligation to work and to work continuously on this agenda. For me, rare diseases is also a showcase for what Europe is really about. If we look at the rare diseases, they're only rare if we look at this nation by nation. When we look at it together, we're suddenly at a different place on the planet, and we can actually do something. And I am so pleased to tell you that we had the first win late tonight, and it was last night. It was very late. It was 5 o'clock this morning. I'll come back to it. But it is, for me, very interesting to experience time over and time again. When I talk to patients, there are no borders. There are only solutions.
Exactly.
When I talk to hospitals, doctors, there are no borders. There are only solutions for patients. When I talk to regions, there are no borders. There are only cooperations and solutions for patients. When I get into the level of the nations, it starts to get a little bit more muddy. Exactly. Let's call it this. That is why we have to continue to work together, to cross borders, to get the systems running or even better than they are today. But let me just tell you a little bit about the wins. There will now be space for more innovations. There will be space for more investments. There are higher degrees of incentives, especially for rare diseases. And there is also, which was very, very important, and I am so pleased to see that there are also patient representatives here today, because there is also now a place at the table for patients in the EMA and likewise part of the organizations. Thank you. And that is a great win. That is a great win for all of us. And I will promise you, this is only the first corner. we have a next corner that we will have to go round. That comes with the MFF. As my good colleague, also Nicolas Gonzalez Caceres, said to you earlier, we have to be vocal when we enter into the debates around the MFF. That is where we will have to find a space. And I can also tell you that we just negotiated the budget 26, where I was also in the trilogues. And I will have to say, honestly, we were the only ones in my group championing the whole way through to the finals. And we got some money for health in the budget 26. And we have to do this together. We have to make sure that we get people to understand the value of the ERN systems. It is for rare diseases, yes, but there are much more to do in there. We must get people to understand the values for shared data, the health data space, and what it can do for all of us. We must get people to understand that rare diseases, sisters or brothers, rare cancers. And there's a huge potential in there for all of us when we do things together. And then, of course, also about the screening, I can only agree so much what was said. And you had a very, very good point. Costs. If we can showcase, and we did the maths in Denmark, I did that together with a parent of a child with rare diseases. He used to belong to the financial minister of finance. He did the calculations. It is far more expensive not to act than to act. And of course, acting together even takes the prices down. So for me, this is going to be still what I will concentrate on in this mandate. And I hope very much that we can do this together continuously. Thank you.
This is really, really. We thank you, Stine, for this commitment, for these words, for talking about MFF. The Commissioner is joining us in a minute, so I wanted one final round on the last two questions, which is the specific tools for that Cavafis trip to get there. The European Guarantee Fund, the joint public procurement. What are these tools we have available to ensure that access? I'll start with you, Stine, again. I'll ask you to all be very short because I'll do a wrap up. Alexander, I'll ask you from the broader perspective to have a wrap up of this panel. So which one of these tools you will put your money for our trip? Stine.
No, I will definitely. I think we have to play with everything that is available. We can't let things just sit there. We have to do everything, use every toolbox to get this up and running. And also very, very importantly, we must remember that the fight we're in, and I'm sorry for the wording, but that's how I view it. The fight we're in also with the US in this area, in the area also of pharmaceuticals, we have to be clear. That's also a fight for our public health systems. We cannot look away from this. We have to be vocal about it. And for me, working together about rare diseases is the beginning of doing much more in this area.
Indeed. And a very good example of a public good, European public good. We only need to convince our voters, Stine, as you know. That's our main problem in Europe right now. Silvio, very, very briefly, please, on the joint procurement. I know you've been a defender of that. Can you give us 30 seconds?
Yes, I think we should have some quick buys, some publication about public health and quick buys that can be achieved in very fast. One of them, there are two of them, I think. We can just imagine that for one disease, the most affordable one, we can provide drugs to all the people and provide them with the European Guarantee Fund, with the joint procurement, and that can be also both sides, from patients and also for industry, for producers. The second one, should we think about a pilot status for health clinical records? So making health clinical records registries for rare disease being the first example of European health data space. Like experimenting, that would be nice.
These are very practical ones. Alexander, why don't you give us 30 seconds, literally, because our commissioner has arrived and we need to hear the very recent developments with approval of legislation and the commitments for findings as well, funding. Alexandra, from outside, what are you suggesting us?
Well, since I don't have so much time, I'm just
Sorry
going
about
to kind of re-emphasize what I've said before. I think the framework we have in front of us, this political opportunity we have with the resolution and global action plan, really it's an opportunity to rethink how innovation can reach patients. And I'd like really three main solutions, but I will not develop just the title. The first is to have adapted regulatory pathway that accelerate availability. In EU, it's happening, and I think this can really be some lesson learned for other regions. The other, and this is actually being discussed even within the ASEAN region recently. So the other one is to have innovative funding solutions that protect equity. I think the EU fund could be really an interesting mechanism, and to look at how it could be even scale up at global level, and we are looking at this actually. And the third is to have cross-border collaboration, but it has been said, but I think we can really enhance that. And I just came back from the conference on clinical research network, and everything is about cross-border. Again, if we want to tackle the ultra-rare disease, we have no other choice than to look at global solutions. So the EU shouldn't think in silo. You need to play a role at global level as well.
This is a common global fight. Johan, the last words, very briefly, please.
Yeah, well, I'll endorse everything that has just been said. I think maybe on the European Guarantee Fund, and I know we've discussed a lot, but if it's ultimately for patients, it should be with patients. So that's my comment. I think patients should be included in the governance of such a fund. And obviously, I think we need to be very clear about eligibility criteria and probably encourage the member states that may benefit from there, so from this or the smaller one, to co-finance and to co-engage, because if we want it to be long-term sustainable, you also need to have the commitment. Money. Yeah.
And nothing about the patient without the patient. Thank you very much indeed for this panel. I'm sorry about the rush. I'm now very, very, very pleased indeed to welcome our Commissioner, Barheli. Commissioner, don't want to be flatter you, but I really, really want to congratulate you for the amazing amount of legislation you are putting in place at the fast race, neck-breaking speed. During your mandate, we had the European data space. We have all this pharmaceutical legislation, the Biotech Act. So this community is very, very excited. And I want to hear more from you. We're talking about money today, Commissioner. So politics and money. We're going to ask you about MFF. Everyone talks about MFF. I heard you talking about that before the other day, and you are very positive about how much funds you can bring to the table. We want you to earmark some of that for us as well. I heard the other day we were together in the launch of the European Health Union Fellowships. Something I loved a lot, we talked a lot these days, timing. You have the right tools, but if we don't approve them quickly, the words are on the wall. And finally, we like to convince you, I know you're convinced, but we want to convince you that the European reference networks is the perfect example for the European Health Union. We are a public good. We are one of the cases that not even the most staunch skeptics can say subsidiarity counts. And we are an example for cancer. We're an example for many other areas that you are leading as well. So thank you very much for being here. We look very much forward to your words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we are having busy days. You may have seen that yesterday we concluded the pharma review between the Parliament and the Council, a file that has been faced with many, many difficulties, but I think with a major policy shift, we have been able to be successful. So I think that this is the first good news. The second good news should be an agreement in the Parliament on the Critical Medicines Act, so that the Parliament mandate can emerge already next week. And the third good news should be our health package coming on Tuesday. And there with, again, I would say groundbreaking proposals like the Biotech Act, like the Safe Hearts, the cardiovascular plan for Europe, and also a major revision of the medical devices regulations. So yes, we are busy. This much I can tell you. And you told me that I'm pushing down a lot of things. You know, it's politics is always about timing. If it's easier to get the content right, the timing is always more difficult. And I agree with you that here, my political senses are telling me that we have no time to lose. So a year from now, if we do the same thing that we want to do today, it will be too late, and we will be basically losing the whole competition. Not only that, but we will put at risk our own health systems, as we know. The very health system, which is based on two pillars. One is that our patients always have access to the best available therapies and medicines, and that all our patients are having, this is the second principle, that all our patients are having access to it. So unless we start changing, like in the Gatto Pardo, this famous novel, you know, if you want to keep things the same, you need to change everything. So with this, I want to, of course, again, thank you for the invitation, especially Mr. Andriukaitis, who is a driving force in the Parliament for all these policies. I understand that you have been discussing already. This is day number 3 for you, so it might be difficult to tell you anything new, but I still give it a try. You all know that we're talking about rare diseases which are affecting now 30 million citizens in Europe. And although they are rare diseases in terms of the whole society, but they affect way too many people. And we're facing similar challenges. We have very clear challenges that are specific to these diseases. First of all, that in terms of diagnosis, this is the patient group that needs to wait the most. This is the patient group that has to suffer the consequences, mental, psychological, but also physical consequences of the lack of immediate diagnosis. This is the area where we see that the access to care and the access to treatment can become really scarce and fragmented. And of course, it follows from all what I told you that this is where we see the longest waiting lists, and this is where we wait the most for treatments, new treatments to enter and to be approved. Because for 95% of these diseases, there is no treatment currently. We already see that in most cases, it's not the science that is lacking. In most cases, it is the administrative procedures that are blocking the patients from getting access to a treatment that exists. But to run it through our systems, to be approved, to be authorized, then to be used and administered and to be reimbursed, it takes ages. And if you are subject to a disease like that, you might not have ages to wait before you get your treatment. Because if I look at it from the science part, the science side and the innovation side, what I see is that Europe is really advanced in developing very promising treatments. But we see that with the admin burden on them, most of it ends up in the US and other markets because we require them duplicated assessments. So we are having divergent, completely different requirements from one member state to the next, even though we have common rules. And we have completely unpredictable timelines for approvals of these treatments. So we need to deal with this complexity. That is very clear. And it is also very clear that when we do this, we have to have also a very hard look about the fact that most of these treatments are emerging from either universities and scientists or from spin-offs, scale-offs, SMEs, who are the driving force behind the innovation for these treatments. So to make the reality change on the ground for the patients, we will need to change our approach first when it comes to innovation, promoting innovation, and bringing innovation much faster to treatment to the patients. So for that, we need to break down barriers. And this is what we're going to do in the health package coming your way, I hope, next Tuesday. Because we need a coherent, a predictable system that works for the patients, the researchers, and the innovators, and which will ensure that we will continue to have European innovation here in Europe. We will continue to have these new treatments tested first here in Europe. And then we need to ensure that then these treatments and products are approved and entered into the markets here in Europe for the first. This is the only way to maintain the very healthcare system that we have and we are so proud of. Otherwise, European patients will lose out, and European patients will have to wait even longer to actually get access, and we will only be a follower of other regions where these technologies are going to be mainstreamed much faster. And it's not only the US. Look at China. Same case. So we have no time to lose. This is why I think that the question of urgency is not even a question anymore. So what are we trying to achieve? First of all, with the review approved yesterday, we will speed up significantly all the procedures. We have agreed that there is a maximum timeline of 180 days now for approvals in the EMA. This is already a very important one. My request to the EMA is that consider this 180 days as the absolute maximum. Which means that they don't have to use it. It can be shorter, and it should be shorter. Because if I compare it with the US, what I see is that on average in the US, it takes 93, 96 days. So even with the 180 days, we would be twice as long as it takes in the US. So the real benchmark should be our competitors on this one. We are also creating new approval pathways that are more adapted to this very specific sector by strengthening the possibility of early scientific advice. We are introducing new concepts like platform technologies, where basically you will have more possibilities for personalized treatments, personalized medicine, which is the way to go when it comes to rare diseases. And the beauty of it is that most of the things that we will have introduced in personalized medicine for rare diseases are most likely to be useful also for the non-rare diseases. In gene technology, for example, and cell technology, we already see this spillover effect of treatments and products between the rare diseases and, for example, cancer treatments, but also in the cardiovascular. The other important achievement of yesterday, I think, is that we have created a specific incentive for innovation when it comes to rare diseases. So for breakthrough rare disease treatments, we are offering 11 years of data exclusivity or market exclusivity. This is an additional year of market exclusivity compared to today. This means that basically for all products that are entering a category where there is no other product, this incentive will be created. I hope that this will also be used by our researchers to focus their attention towards these these areas, and hopefully this will mean that we will get treatments much faster. We are, of course, also having very strong messages when it comes to unmet medical needs, where we're also providing additional incentives for novel therapies and also for small patient groups. And I think that this is also a very important contribution to the fight against rare diseases. Now, the other instrument that is coming your way is the Critical Medicines Act. The Critical Medicines Act, as I told you, I hope that the Parliament in the Sound Committee will be able to shape its position already next week. Because the Critical Medicines Act is also a relevant instrument for the rare diseases sector. When we have designed it, maybe in a different way than it was expected, because our approach to the whole critical medicines sector is not only limited to the list of critical medicines that are figuring on the list of the EMA. Because the problem we want to address with the Critical Medicines Act is not only to create a solution for the problems that we have seen during the COVID crisis. Because what we see is there's a clear market failure behind everything that we have seen. A market failure which is composed of two major problems. One is that our value chains are way too long and stretched and very much focused on one or two suppliers. This is why we want to bring production back. But the other one is that market sizes do matter. And it means that if the market is not big enough or not economically viable enough, you can have as best regulation as you can. If the economy is not there, the product is not going to be there and the treatment is not going to be there. So we need to create market tools to address the market failure. Rare diseases are the case in point. This is why we have broadened the scope of the Critical Medicines Act to include specifically orphan and rare disease related treatments and products, because the very market tools, basically of joint procurements, should help us to create the right market size and therefore create the right supply so that we can make it much more predictable, but also we can create an incentive for the companies to supply us. Because if the market is big enough, I think we will have treatments. Then, of course, we have seen an agreement already in the Council. This part was not contested. And I do hope, having seen the drafts circulating in the European Parliament, that this is also going to be confirmed by the Parliament. And this way we can start already the interinstitutional negotiations early next year under the Cypriot presidency, and that we can actually conclude it already in the first quarter. Then we have the two big building blocks already in place: Pharma Review, Critical Medicines Act. Now, the new elements. The new elements that are coming basically Tuesday next week. First of all, I need to talk to you about the Biotech Act. And in the Biotech Act, what we have learned from the rare disease sector and the very innovative sector serving the rare diseases sector will be very much the basis of our thinking and our approach. We see that the biotech area is the key driver to get treatment for rare diseases. It is much more reactive, it is much more personalizable, and it is much faster in terms of bringing forward treatment from the lab to the clinic. So in that, of course, gene, cell, enzyme therapies are the way to go, and we want this to be a truly European leadership, global leadership in these areas of science. And we still have the opportunity to achieve this. But if we don't act now, we will lose this competition. And it will mean that most of this innovation will end up again either in the US or in China. I have visited myself many of these companies, and I've seen myself how they are discovering all these new treatments. And it is very clear that for rare disease patients, this is the real hope. And this is the treatment that can actually, in a scalable space of time, can actually deliver treatments for genetic, autoimmune, neuromuscular, or metabolic diseases. This is the technology that will bring it. So we will want to enable innovation across the single market for these areas. We want to reduce duplication, and we want to help the biotech companies to scale up. Therefore, we need to increase the regulatory capacity, but we also have to open up the way for completely new generations of products. Because we are just in the first days of a major overhaul of the science, but also the technology when it comes to treatment. And we will see more and more combination products. So if I want to really oversimplify it, it's a bit like we are in the last days of using Nokia phones, and the iPhone is around the corner. And Europe has lost that the last time, so we have to make sure that this time we are part of it. Give you one example. Now we have technology that is capable of providing completely personalized treatment, everyday treatment for diabetes. So basically, you have a new generation of insulin pumps that is composed of an active substance, a medical device, an artificial intelligence algorithm, and a sensor that is attached to the body. Never before we have seen that. It means that this insulin pump can actually replace the very organ in providing the insulin in sync with the biorhythm of the personal body of the patient. Never before we have seen them. But in Europe, to get a product like this authorized, it will take 4 to 5 marketing authorization procedures, one by one. But we want to have one single procedure, because we will have more and more of these kind of products emerging. And if we are having such a regulatory system, our patients are not going to be able to enjoy the benefits of it. So we need to open up the silos. We need to open up the possibility for a completely new generation of products, and we need to provide the necessary incentives as well, so that these companies are developing them here, they are testing them here, and they're producing them here. These are the 3 parameters because of which we will have these products on the market. Now, of course, it means also that we need a much easier deployment of artificial intelligence and the new technologies, because they will help us also in creating new discoveries, but also in creating completely new treatments. It also means that we have to look for the economic conditions and the economic frame in which we're working, because Europe has lost that race already, meaning that getting investments in these areas of technology is much more difficult in Europe than in the US. If you look at Boston, very many of our scientists financed by the Horizon Europe funding are moving the very science that we are financing from Horizon to the US, and they contribute to the US economy instead of our economy. So we need a whole new approach to this. This is why we need also an economic frame next to the Biotech Act, and it will be part of the Biotech Act, so that we can really put together public funding, be it from national member states funding or European funding, joint venture capital, so institutional investors, private investors, meaning coming from the sector, and the European Investment Bank. With this, we can really multiply the economic firepower, if you will, for the sector, because with the participation of the EIB and European funding and national funding, we can multiply significantly the amount of money available on the markets, because we are reducing significantly the costs and the risks that are involved. Because the most common answer we get here is that private investors do not invest because of the unpredictable nature of the science behind it, while in the US they are very good in picking those that are going to be the most successful. And this is where we have to learn, and this is what we have to build, and this is what we're going to do with the Biotech Act. Now, the other very important part is going to be the medical devices, because the medical devices sector is something where we're losing rapidly our presence, but also where we're losing the possibility of developing new, more complex treatments and managing complications, especially related to the rare diseases sector. And this is why now we need to really revise the whole regulatory framework around it, because this uncertainty was created by the regulatory framework, which means that we need to make the whole system more predictable, much faster, less costly, while of course maintaining the very high level of patient safety. And don't forget that we are looking at medical devices also, or we should be looking at medical devices also with the biotechnology in mind, because medical devices are going to be the new interface between the new therapies and the patients. And we see this especially when it comes to rare diseases. I have visited one of the companies very close to here in Belgium, in Germany, and they have shown me a whole machine that they have invented themselves, which they are basically building, which creates the cell-based personalized treatment for every patient, one by one. So it's a medical device and it's an active substance working together. So medical devices should not be underestimated. On the contrary, they are going to be one of the main vehicles of bringing this whole new generation of therapy for our patients. They are also very important when it comes to creating the database new health technology. So, for example, if you want to do real screening of the population in terms of high blood pressure, cholesterol levels, sugar levels, obesity levels, these are now the most reliable tools to use. So we want to make it clear that our system should be more predictable. We want notified bodies to really deliver quick on the authorizations and to make their procedures much more predictable. We want fee reductions for SMEs, because this sector is largely characterized by European SMEs. And we want orphan devices also to enjoy much longer transition periods to be able to stay on the market. With all this work, we are building, I think, the very basis of a new healthcare policy system, or health industry, or health sector, call it what you like. But what is very important that we are building this for saving the European healthcare model. And saving the European healthcare model should start with addressing the single biggest cause of death, which is cardiovascular diseases. And this is why we had this event only yesterday, about the Safe Hearts plan, which is going to be our new cardiovascular plan, which will be rolled out also as part of the health package next week. The cardiovascular area is the area where I think we know the most in terms of science. And the cardiovascular area is where we know that most of the death and most of the lives we're losing every year, 1.7 million lives every year in the European Union, could be saved. 80% of the cases are preventable. Cardiovascular diseases are preventable. Cardiovascular diseases are mainly driven by behavior, by the lack of personal choices, and by the lack of personal knowledge. So we want to create a whole new approach for this area, based very much on the success of the Europe Beating Cancer Plan. So we want to be present in prevention, in diagnosis, in treatment, in rehabilitation, of course. But this time, we want to adjust a bit our thinking on two aspects. One is that it is through the cardiovascular plan that we can mainstream much faster the new treatments, because the cardiovascular plan should be used as a platform to mainstream all the new technologies that we have at hand to prevent, diagnose, and also to treat these diseases. The second big thing for me is that we are entering an era, an age where I think that our previous approach when it comes to public health policy is running out of steam. Because if you look at the public health figures, what you see is that we are no longer influencing the personal choices people make. If you look at the obesity figures, if you look at the diabetes figures, they are deteriorating. They have been improving up until before the COVID crisis, but since the end of the COVID crisis, they are deteriorating. And they are deteriorating rather rapidly. And if you look at the young generation, there the numbers are even more astonishing, if not horrifying, because what you see is that we have 30% of a young generation that is either obese or overweight, and you have 20% of them entering or already in diabetes 2. This means that we will have a whole generation of sick people in Europe in 10, 15 years. This is going to be a strain on our society. This is going to be a strain on our healthcare systems if we don't act now. And this is why prevention has to be the name of the game. Prevention meaning also influencing personal choices. And finally, on the European reference networks for rare diseases, I think you are one of the big success stories when it comes to overcoming the usual deadlocks that we have seen in European health policy. Because for me, you are the perfect example how not to engage in old religious debates like debates around the Transparency Directive and the running of the reimbursement systems and finance ministers as opposed to health ministers. Because you are a success story in bringing down these barriers. You are the ones bringing the treatment to the patients. You are the ones bringing the patients to the treatment, whichever way, but you are the ones who have been able to accelerate, actually, for the very first time, the availability of treatment for rare diseases, especially in the cancer area, throughout Europe. So for me, the reference network is really a benchmark, something I always have at the back of my mind. Something to build on, something to rely on. So we need you also to help us with making the cardiovascular plan to be a success. You know that we are supporting you. You know that what is our funding level. I don't have to remind you. And we need you to continue to help us with strategic research and also our innovation agenda, because you are the ones who could tell us where the whole development of these new generations of treatments are going. So I consider you a bit as our own laboratory, if I may, because you are really changing the reality on the ground for the patients. And for me, this is the biggest challenge to achieve under my mandate. So I know I talked a lot, but I thought we are entering really a final week of the year where many developments are coming your way. So thank you very much.
I will only inform colleagues, we then hand over our declaration to Commissioner. And our promises, we are here because we need to deliver your statements, your proposals, and your, plans. And now we can propose to have pan-European ecosystem based on European reference networks, uniting with biobanks, uniting with 1 million genomics, uniting with AI, in creating ecosystem, and including to propose 28 regime for multi-country clinical trials, which can open doors for what just you said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I pass the moderation to Alexis, and with my apologies for all the delays, Alexis, that you need to regain now.
I was part of it, don't worry. Thank you very much. So, I know we're a bit late, but it's my pleasure to introduce the last panel of this 3 days meeting. The topic is the one of prioritizing an EU action plan and mission on rare diseases that unifies the rare disease stakeholders community. And I have the pleasure to introduce a strong panel. First of all, the Deputy Director of General Planet People and Science for Policy and Acting, Joanna Drake. Here you are. The President of Eurordis, Avril Daly. Alexander Nutt, Secretary General of UCOPE. Nikos Papandreou, I can say it in Greek, member of the European Parliament. Vlad Voicelescu, again, member of the European Parliament, this time from Romania. My colleague Leonidas Phylactou, who is the CEO and Medical Director of the Cyprus Institute of Neurology. And of course, the co-chair of the ERN Board of Member States, Virude Timone, and Till Voslander, who is coordinating the joint action plan of Jardin. Again, here the main topic of discussion for this panel, as I said, is how to prioritize an EU action plan for the rare diseases. We are all aware, it was said several times during the last 3 days, that we all know and we all face this fragmentation of efforts across member states, coupled with the complexities on diagnosis and treatment, access difficulties, and that is why our approach preparing this declaration is that what is now urgently needed is a more comprehensive approach. The panelists know the topic better than me. I just cut my introduction by half so that we can gain time, because I know that Joanna Drake has to leave us, unfortunately, at 1 o'clock, but I will give her the floor immediately with a question. I just wanted to remind to all of you, because the question comes up every now and then, the definition of the ERN, saying we don't know what they are, or we know very little what they are. There are two ways of seeing this network. One is at the coordination at the European level, funded by the European Commission. This is the only part the European Commission funds. Mainly 24 project manager teams under the coordination of 24 experts elected by their peers. Now, if you look at it just like this, you may think, well, this is again a top-down project by some administration of the European Commission. But there is another way of looking at it when you think of the 1,600 medical centers labeled in 375 hospitals. Some years ago, when the commissioner at that time asked me for the slide, although I had made a mistake and I was talking about the Boeing, I compared this. I made the calculation that if you see each of the 1,600 medical teams having an average of 8-10 experts, without counting the nurses, without counting the fellows and the rest of the staff, you're talking about a fleet of nearly 100 Airbus 320 that was constructed in 8 years by the European Commission to take care of patients with rare diseases, to promote research, to promote knowledge. I mean, Maurizio Scarpa showed all these slides this morning. Now, when you add to this, those directly concerned, the thousands of patients already treated by those medical teams, you can immediately see that we are dealing, in fact, with a bottom-up project developed by clinicians, researchers, caregivers, and of course, patients. And this is exactly what we were doing the last time. So yes, when we are discussing about proposing this continuation of funding of the year ends, if you have an airline company, an Airbus, and you wish to attract more passengers, you may discuss improving the seats of your economy class, or for a larger berth for a business class, or a French cuisine dinner. But no, when an airline company wishes to improve their services, also considering costs, they do not start by crashing a plane on the control tower of the airport. So there is a need of the year-end coordination to continue, because it is not the moment to do the same mistake we regularly do, stop a funded project at the moment that it takes off, at the moment that it can be even more constructive. With this, I don't want to occupy more of the floor. I want to come back to the plan, and I would like to ask you, how do you see the role of the year-end reference networks in relation to innovation and competitiveness? And at the same time, what are the procedures to put this on the agenda? And the building blocks on rare disease.
As patients and patient organizations who have been involved in the development of the ERNs for over 20 years, and it was wonderful to have them launched in Vilnius in 2017. They are proving themselves to be cornerstones for rare diseases. We always envisaged them as the one-stop shop for people living with rare diseases. They have enormous potential to drive innovation in Europe, but they must be supported across the board. They're fragile still because they are in their infancy, but the potential is enormous. And I think it's really important to mention that, over the past couple of days, this wonderful meeting has allowed us to really talk about the fact that, we have an awful lot more structures available to us than not. We have ERNs, we have ERDRA, we have the structures to be successful. We understand as patients the need to improve these areas, but they need to be supported. And I think that's the most important thing that we could say today. As you say, it is something that could be the Rolls Royce of healthcare. It is something that could be an exemplar for other areas of health. The tagline, care, share, cure, is essentially what it's about. We need to care for our patients, develop the care pathways as agreed in its inception. We need to be able to share the data, and utilizing things like the health data space, cross-border directives, etc., will really help us with that. But also it allows us, the final word is cure. So it allows us to look at encouraging innovation, encouraging research, supporting that research in order for us to have the outcomes that we want in Europe. But importantly, it's also critical to understand when we talked a lot about clinical trials over the past couple of days and European innovation and attraction of clinical trials. And there were some very interesting stats that were mentioned. I think Europe has gone from having 61,000 clinical trials in the past 4 years to 40,000. That's a very significant decrease. The ERNs have the possibility to really support the attraction of clinical trials to Europe. We have the registers we can build there. We can really find the patients, ensure that they get access to the right care, but also can be included in clinical trials. And we know that that improves outcomes to patients. And I'm just looking down here and I see Anna Rath from Orphanet, and she said a very important thing yesterday that really hit me. And it was that we look at sometimes when we're talking about research and research investment, we talk about it in the context of a cost. You know, it's a cost center. In fact, it's an investment, and it's investment in our future. And now is the time that we really need to focus on that investment and what we have, build on our structures to be competitive.
Thank you so much. Can I also ask John and Drake for a comment on this point, and eventually also the building blocks again on rare disease and how your department sees this? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and also I would like to congratulate you for bringing together so many experts on rare diseases and the rare diseases community. You may or may not know that I am a manager of the Cancer Mission, and I would like to immediately draw a parallel there. The Cancer Mission is there until 2030, and hopefully after that as well. The whole point, I think, about the mission is not only to get the funding over a decadal period in horizon. It's not only to work together with the other departments and the Commission working on health, and that is DG Santé. So obviously a collaboration between research, innovation, and the health policy. It's not only about bringing together the community, but it's also putting together aligned and focused strategic objectives that you all as a community want to meet. And I think this is the key contribution that ERNs have also in rare diseases. Having said that, and having premised that parallel, which I would like us to keep in mind in terms of, you know, how it has worked as well, and we have full hope that this will also work in rare diseases. Rare diseases has been a research priority for DGRNI since 20 years already. So we have already been supporting so many projects, so many research programs under the different names that the research, the framework program comes under. So we are aware about the unique challenges. We are aware that this requires particular, not only the money, which is huge, but also the infrastructure, but also the strategic alignment. And I think having said that, today we do realize that still 90% of the rare diseases themselves are still unmet medical needs, and they are the ones lacking approved therapies. 50% of the patients are still missing conclusive genetic diagnosis. So the situation is still dire. So obviously that collaboration has not been enough to bring the communities, the disciplines together, the knowledge together, the data, patient data, hopefully a little bit more. So this is why last year in September 2024, we set up the Erdera partnership, and we have quite a lot of experience in RNI on public-private partnership. And we have tracked along the years of different disciplines having had these partnerships there to see how the community has not only bonded together, but has learned to trust and learned to want to share and want to be strategic in order to achieve the objectives. And I think this is behind what the Erdera partnership and Erdera stands for the European Partnership on Rare Diseases, was set up. Today, it has 180 organizations from 37 countries with a budget of approximately 280 million euros, including 150 million from EU contributions. Obviously, the rest comes from private money. So what's the aim of this? Obviously, we can't see the results now. We will track it for sure along the way, but the aim is to try and transform the approach towards rare diseases research and to consolidate the ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem. And this is why we believe that ERNs exemplify the ultimate European model of collaboration, which needs not only to survive, but it needs to thrive, and it needs to really scale up as well with effective results in order to speed up the uptake of research and to actually integrate that into the healthcare options, the therapy options that are actually available. And hopefully to get much more equity, if you like, and quality in European healthcare for rare diseases, insofar as Europe is based on values as well that want to promote equality, that want to promote equal access, no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter what your income is, you have to have the access as well that is equitable within a certain reasonable distance as well. So this is really, what we believe is the foundation element of the competitive European clinical research ecosystem. But since it has already been mentioned by the previous speaker about clinical research, I think it's also pertinent at this juncture to mention what has just happened in July as well with the strategy for the European life sciences. And here again, I think the foundational stone of that is actually the collaborative, coordinated approach across the entire sciences value chain. We are working as we speak on clinical research investment plan in order to advance Europe. This is under the Choose Europe slogan, if you like, to advance Europe as a very attractive hub for conducting clinical research in both common and also rare diseases. And we aim, this is the aim of this plan, to change the landscape for clinical research in Europe in 4 ways. First, the funding, you always need that, but you also need to strategically direct that what is most needed, including, of course, rare diseases, given the statistics that I've just mentioned. Secondly, we have to align our efforts to optimize the effectiveness of the coordination between the stakeholders, the national and EU programs, and in order to avoid duplications and fragmentation. And thirdly, by boosting collaboration and connecting public and private entities, academia and healthcare providers, I can say that through the experience we've had also in the cancer mission, this has really worked wonders. We have really brought on also the patients into the very early stages of decision making to be part not only of the community, but also to be involved in decision making. And fourthly, by also strengthening the infrastructure itself, because we do have very good publicly funded labs and capacity across the union, but they are not necessarily working together on a streamlined program. And I think this is what is essential if we really want to push not only those statistics to go lower in terms of having rare disease, really having access, equitable access across the EU for therapeutic solutions, but also to ensure that the community is really, being even the first to actually bring about those solutions, to actually have them available for the patients. And I think this is where the competitiveness of Europe then comes in. And I think this can be a really strong element in that equation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think you made the perfect link of how the concept even of the ERNs evolved during the last 7-8 years. Initially, it was created above all as cross-border care. But in the process and the way the centers were selected, the way their coordinations were created, these are the main actors that, as it was said this morning, see the patients, do the research, do the clinical trials, have newer ideas about research across Europe, and they facilitate being this connective tissue, and above all, they have, I would say, a moral, let alone that it's the practice from the beginning, obligation to integrate the patient advocates within their own structures and collaborate in the development, not only of care, not only of education, but also of research projects and the patient's needs. So thank you very much. Of course, you can stay with us as much as you can, but I will excuse if you need to leave us early, and I know how much occupied you are. However, I would like to go back to the question about the overarching EU action plan. I know it has been discussed several times, but it is still not on the agenda. May I ask first Nikos Papandreou and then Iliad Bodiescu to say us what could be the political steps that could help us going toward that direction? I know it doesn't depend only on you. So,
well, it depends on all of us here, and how I see this. I consider myself maybe the most naive member here today. I've been in the health committee 1 year. I'm an economist by training. I haven't grown up in the medical community, but so I'm learning. So I need to step out and see. I'm an MEP from Greece, born in the States. Thank you for my accent. How do I convince, I tell myself, the Greek voter about rare diseases? Rare diseases. Okay, if I talk about cancer, cardiovascular, I had a liver testing the other day in Athens with for liver fattiness. Not so hard to convince. Rare diseases. Rare. Okay, maybe not so rare. We can make that argument. So I see it in two ways. One is the pure moral element of it, the values of Europe. Equality, justice, morality. Just because it's rare does not mean we don't take care of people. The democratic function. That can go a certain way to get the EU action plan. We need to get the citizens on our side. The second part is the utilitarian and slightly cynical part. Who are involved in this process? From what I understand of rare diseases, the patients and their families often, the doctors who are either involved or they want to do a medical breakthrough, the companies who want to make money, if they can, there's the market failure. And then those like me who have actually really no connection with rare diseases, except one person in close surroundings, but it wasn't on my radar. And what wasn't on my radar especially was the patient approach. That was said many times. I visited Charité, which was dealing with, in Berlin, with rare diseases, and I was very impressed that they have in their interdisciplinary meetings about rare diseases, they bring patient groups in the meetings with the doctors. So that was impressive. That's something very good. So how do we get the EU action plan going? And one other thing, which is off script in Europe, we don't say it. Does a patient care if the drug was made in America or in Europe? This is a little bit radical. If you ask a patient that was paid by Horizon, but they took it from us, he wants to get well. So what I'm saying is my argument is I don't think our comparison with the United States is helping our, it's a little bit like who has the biggest car when you're like, who is the better one? I don't like that comparison. I'd like to see it more as a comprehensive effort. If we are using Horizon money, that should be attached so when the drug comes out, somehow we get a benefit from it. But to the patient, all he wants is a solution. I need to rethink, I'm saying that very fast, this idea that we have to compete with the United States. We probably won't make it. So let's see how we can do it in a way that is good for the patient. That's my brief introduction. So how will the EU action plan work? We need the support of the citizens. That's how I see it. How will I get my voters to tell me, Nick, work on rare diseases, get the EU action plan, and the ERN, I think, is a crucial element of that. And that's where we really need support. I agree completely from my understanding. If we had to do one thing, it's the ERNs. If we could only do one thing, if we had to prioritize. Thank you.
the idea was not just to compete. It was at least not to be behind, to say it in a different way. Please, Vlad.
It's a nice way to put it. Hello, everyone. I'm Vlad Voiculescu. I'm just another economist in the SANT committee. And I think on an overarching EU action plan on rare diseases, some steps have already been taken, and I'll start with a bit of history. So 2024, the Council has invited the Commission to adopt a comprehensive EU-level approach to rare diseases, including a European action plan. Then the European Economic and Social Committee has endorsed the Council's position and also issued an exploratory opinion on this in September this year. Now, what has the Parliament done so far? In the previous legislature, it has passed several resolutions. And in the current legislature, so in the last 1.5 years, we submitted questions to the Commission. There are 2 non-legislative reports on modernizing patient rights in cross-border healthcare and on an EU rare disease action plan. As of this morning at 5:30 a.m., when the trialogue on the pharmaceutical legislation has concluded, in case you're wondering why the commissioner was not very loud, we were together until almost 6 a.m. this morning in the negotiations. As Renew shadow rapporteur on this file, I ensured together with my colleagues that a couple of things are in. One is that incentives for orphan drugs, that there are incentives for orphan drugs for rare diseases. And that means that breakthrough drugs that fulfill the definition of high unmet medical needs will be covered by 11 years of market exclusivity. 9 years for unmet medical need, which is a progress and which should bring us more of the drugs that we need. Voting rights of patients and clinical professionals on decision-making committees of the EMA, the European Medicines Agency. So that will be 2 members each, 1 vote per group. And then RDP, the famous data exclusivity and MP, the market protection for new medicines. They have an 8-year baseline of data protection and up to a total of 9 years when fulfilling clinical trials conditions. Clinical trials have been mentioned earlier. This is it's a battleground. It's not only a competition with the US. It's something that where China is very much more and more competitive. It's something where it's a field where we are losing ground, and I don't think we can afford that. Not for now, and not for the years to come. The commissioner mentioned earlier the importance of time. There's this famous proverb that if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And there's the reasonable question whether we still have time. I heard the commissioner saying we need to go together, but we need to go fast. I was very happy he said that, and I think we can all support that. And in the field of rare diseases, I think this is a beautiful example of something that we can only do together, or we can do much better together than any of us alone. So obviously, what has already been done is not enough. Could we do more? Of course. And some of the work that has been started on European level has already been mentioned. The Critical Medicines Act and the medical devices, the Biotech Act that are going to come very soon now. But what we need to focus on is also that we need to ensure that the next budgets of the EU has resources allocated specifically for rare diseases. We need to continue engaging with patient organizations, with clinicians, researchers, and industry so that we have thorough knowledge of the needs of the rare disease community. And we need to work together with citizens to put enough pressure on the EU institutions to launch a rare disease action plan. So how can we do this? We're doing our part, but how about we start a European Citizens Initiative? So we have heard here from my colleague that we need citizens to be involved. Well, there's an instrument for that. It's called the European Citizens Initiative. So why don't we make the voice of people living with a rare disease so loud that the Commission, the Council, the Parliament cannot avoid hearing it? There are around 36 million people living with a rare disease in Europe. It takes, according to the laws, according to the rules that we have in place, it takes a minimum of 7 EU citizens living in 7 different EU countries. So we need citizens from 7 different EU countries to start the European Citizens Initiative. So over the span of a year, we need 1 million signatures that need to be collected. But there are about 36 million people living with a rare disease in Europe. I think the numbers are on our side, and I think this is doable. And we need to be very precise on what we ask. From today's and previous days' conversations, I think we know pretty well what the rare community needs. But if I may add something on the list, and I see Mr. Thomas Minton there. I want to acknowledge not only his presence here, but his work. If I were to ask something on the EU, it's a EU program for newborn screening. I think we have some lessons learned, and this is a field where we can do much for the citizens of Europe. If we give every child born in Europe the chance to get timely interventions that can prevent severe complications, lifelong disability, and premature death, this is something that we can do. And this is just one example. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for challenging this question. And I now move to my colleagues and friends that we worked for years together, Birute and Till, and ask you how can we collectively work to ensure the next MFF that effectively ring fences the dedicated funds for the European reference networks, the links with the national networks, both your experience. So please take the floor, Birute.
Many thanks, Alexis, for the question, also difficult one. And as we approaching lunchtime, forgive me, but I will go back to the theme of food. So yes, you have mentioned this morning that we have ingredients. All of us, we know. And these are all opportunities for European reference networks. Unfortunately, it was mentioned in the very first day, these opportunities are too frequently not used, just not due to non-availability, but non-awareness, lost opportunity. There is one more lost opportunity. Sometimes they are used, but not celebrated enough. We do not communicate enough our success stories, and that also a lost opportunity for attracting more opportunities. But it is not the main problems. Actually, EINs know quite well how to do things. And we had a very nice presentation from Helen Dolphus about the very complex portfolio of EN activities. I have calculated 10, and actually these didn't involve actually some of our beloved topics like evaluation, for example. So indeed, it is very complex, but however, complexity lies not in this portfolio, but how can we implement it with different funding mechanisms and rules for different tasks in this portfolio. And if it is not enough to add a complexity, how many sets of 27 regulations per quite simple tasks, for example, data sharing agreement or CPG implementation, international systems have you to use in that portfolio. So yeah, complexity is here. So do we have a recipe? Actually, just very general one. We, some time ago, member states decided to give a mandate to establish, to create European reference networks, quite a general recipe. And we can see that it is not enough. We have to have more mandates for supranational decisions for ENs really to operate with that complex portfolio. And what is EU action plan? It is nothing more than that set of mandates. We have to identify that set of mandates and embed it into EU action plan. Quite clear. We have forgotten one actually player in this game, and these are chefs. One of these, and not one chef, but actually a team or couple. One of these were celebrated quite extensively during these 2 days, and it is European Reference Networks. They may really do wonderful things with that complex set of ingredients, but there is one more. Would we have ENs with just general mandate, create them, without the Board of Member States? No, because Board of Member States is that body that takes that mandate and actually develops it into very detailed framework, how have they to operate day to day, together with the European Commission. So we have those two wonderful chefs who can do brilliant work. One more obligation for Board of Member States to backward integrate also the outputs of EN's international systems. It is also very important to mention it. So we have chefs, and they can really create brilliant cake and to serve to every citizen living with rare diseases, but we have to enable them with appropriate mandates to really combat that fragmentation in tools and ingredients. And that's
Till, may I ask you to tell us about Jardin?
Oh, about Jardin. So I was prepared to do something else, but Jardin comes at the end. But yeah, maybe just to start, if I break down your question, it is about the, but in essence, it is about what can we do to influence the design of the next MFF. And we have a theme for the declaration, which is act, align, and accelerate. And I would like to focus on act and align in a very short moment. So if I look at this conference, we have been, and I say we because when you ask collectively, then we have an audience. The audience is here. The audience is, if I may say so, something, the coalition of the willing. So you are sitting here because you're in one way or the other attracted by rare diseases. You know the problem, you know the social problems, the health problems. You see the ethical dimension of that. So you are on our side. But what we need is probably to convince further people which do not know so much about the rare diseases, the story, and the problems we have here. And that means we have to disseminate the information, and the information has been provided in this conference. So if this didn't help to have hundreds of good arguments why we need to continue with the ERNs, why we need to strengthen their capabilities, why we need to have this ring-fenced funding for them, then it is probably very difficult to add something to that. But you made a point in the introduction when you said that you do not want to repeat, or we shouldn't repeat the mistakes. And that is exactly what was something I was thinking about. In a certain way, it's not an exact example, but it's a little bit of déjà vu for me. And that goes back to a story and a kind of a health crisis as well. And I'm not talking about COVID. It goes far more back. It goes to the 80s of the last century. And some of you might remember that we had what was called bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or in short, the mad cow disease. That was a catastrophic situation starting in the UK, and we had 100,000 of cows that developed this severe neurodegenerative disorder for which no treatment exists. Now, of course, cows are, well, nice animals, but you wouldn't take care so much on that. The problem with the mad cow disease was that it is introduced, as we understand it scientifically, by an infectious premium protein, and this protein can be transmitted. And there was the danger that this was transmitted to the humans. And in fact, there is a species barrier, but it's not tied. And we had a new type of human disease, which was called new variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And we had no clue how many people would be infected, how many people would get the disease. And as I said, it's incurable. So it's a disaster. So in that time, in the 80s and 90s, we had lots of money from the European Commission, in other parts of the world as well,
to invest in research and in clinical assessments, etc. And it took us about 15 years. And then it turned out by statistics that we had luck. The species barrier is so tight that we have new variant disease cases, but it is single cases. So it was not the dramatic kind of pandemic we might have been facing. As soon as that was clear, the funds vanished. And guess what? These excellent networks, and Europe was leading there. Europe was really leading in this field. We did the best research in Europe, together with the colleagues from the UK. That time they were part of the European Union, and together with the colleagues from Switzerland. And within 2 years, these networks, and it was big networks, were gone. Is it this what we want to have with the ERNs? Definitely not. This is why we have to secure the funding for them. And that is why we need a dedicated funding in this. And that is now why I said act and align. We are the coalition of the willing. We have to align here. We have to see that we have to disseminate the information, how important ERNs are, how important they are for the further development. And it's not just for healthcare and research, it's also for economical perspective. Just keep that in mind. And you all have your own network. So we have to lobby for that and to make a case out of that, that we really can ring-fence this funding. And do not forget, it is about budget, but as has mentioned before several times, this is investment. It's not cost. And that is a very, very important point. And therefore, let us align for that and let us lobby for it in a way that we act to positively influence the design of the MFF, and that to help that we can rescue and really design a certain budget for European reference networks to continue with the work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Till. Thank you so much for this support. I know we are a bit running out of time, but I need to touch the last question. How will this funding, if obtained, but we all believe we will, guarantee a cohesive and coordinated European approach that at this time will align the rare diseases research with the patient's care priorities? May I start with Alexander, then with April, and give you the last talk as you were chairing the next EU Council. So.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I know I'm between you and signing a very important declaration, so I'll be very brief and give a couple of thoughts on what I hear. First of all, I think it's extremely important that we are all here together, and that there is a continuation and an EU rare disease action plan, and that there's also adequate funding for an infrastructure which we have been building, and I think which we, for very good reason, have been praising very much over the last couple of days in this conference, which is the European reference networks. And the European reference networks, for me, are extremely important, is a big asset when it comes to the competitiveness of the European Union. It's a great infrastructure which is formalized and which needs the adequate funding in order to connect the dots when it comes to rare diseases. I think we have also seen, and the Commissioner mentioned that very clearly, some positive examples lately in the legislative files. We've seen voting rights of patients in the context of EMA, which is extremely important and which I think gets us a step in the right direction. Really here to be very clear. I heard in this day, or during this day, very important discussions about personalized medicines and also about diagnosis, and let me touch on those 2 points very briefly. I mean, there's no, in many of the areas we are talking about, in many rare disease areas, there is no therapy without a proper diagnosis, and we need to make sure that we are appropriately also funding diagnosis in national systems and not taking this for granted or as not important. So newborn screening is key. We need to develop at the national level further schemes for newborn screening. In Germany, it simply takes way too long with GBA to get a newborn screening up and running. In cystic fibrosis, I think it took 5 to 6 years. It took very long in a very important area of rare diseases. So diagnosis is key. I think what makes me optimistic is really that there is a focus, and also the institutions here in Brussels have clearly understood about the importance of personalized medicine. When we are talking about rare diseases, and so many rare diseases which don't have a treatment option around the globe, many of them are ultra rare diseases. So we need to really develop instruments to make sure that also for extremely small patient groups,
we develop the right treatment approaches. And I think the platform marketing authorization, which is in the general pharmaceutical legislation, is a very important way in that direction. And finally, let me say a few words about industry and about clinical trials. It's very important that we're improving on clinical trials. We've heard that as well in this conference repeatedly. We have been losing ground in clinical trials while we wanted to do the opposite when the clinical trial regulation was initiated something like more than 10 years ago. So we need to quickly turn that around, make sure that we get more clinical trials up and running in Europe, that we get less administrative and bureaucratic in that sense, because that's in the interest of patients. And that's also, let me also say that very clearly, also very important for our universities, but ultimately also for companies to set up clinical trials infrastructures in Europe, because ultimately when a clinical trial is set up in Europe, it is access for patient at an early stage for an innovative medicine which might make it to the market or which might not make it to the market. And it's very important that we consider the clinical trial regulation as an access tool which is to be prioritized. Finally, we've seen a couple of important developments in the general pharmaceutical legislation, which I don't want to comment on, but just two things. On intellectual property rights, on orphan exclusivity and regulatory data protection, we have to be a bit careful that we're not sending the wrong message to the rest of the world, that it's not perceived that actually we are decreasing our regulatory data protection and intellectual property rights and orphan exclusivity, because when we look to the baseline of 10 years, we are now having only 9 years, and then for breakthrough therapies, you could get up to 11, which is more. But investors would have to know at an early stage whether they get 10 years of exclusivities or whether they get 9 or 11. So, and too many ifs in that respect in the early phase of a development are not good for any of us in this ecosystem. And then ultimately, I heard here and there a lot of talk about joint procurement, and it looks like many people in Brussels look joint procurement as something which is extremely relevant for industry. I just wanted to make sure that we are cautious on concepts which might be perceived as sanctioning innovation to come to Europe, because that's at least when you speak to international companies and especially smaller companies, there is a perception that there is a lot of new things on the way. Be it the environmental risk assessment, be it many other obligations, the wastewater directive. I don't want to get into the details, but there's a lot on the way which are putting additional burdens on companies. So we have to be careful that we're not sending the wrong message in that respect. We can consider it, but we need to be very carefully looking at this. It's not the magic solution for access in Europe. Let's rather work with the existing framework, with a clinical trial framework, with a transparency directive to increase patient access in European markets. We have legislation in that respect. So I stop there, and a big thank you for organizing this great conference, and I'm looking very much forward to the discussion and the signing of the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us go back to the patient representative.
Thank you. I promise I'll be very quick. You asked about innovation and moving forward. And from our perspective in Eurordis and our 1,000 members and civil society groups that we represent, from a research perspective, we want to support a pan-European research and innovation ecosystem, which I think we're going to sign the declaration to support now. We want to bring existing and upcoming legislation that we've heard about this morning and those really important policies under a common framework. And we want to provide the institutional framework to establish or to reinforce EU-level action with a clear added value. And finally, I just want to say that in 2021, Eurordis convened a group of over 200 people to develop Rare 2030, which was a really important initiative to look at how we would approach rare diseases and a plan for rare diseases into the future. And the scenario that was seen as the most important is the investment for social justice. And we're 5 years away from 2030. We must remember that we still don't have a plan. What we need is to move forward. What we've learned from this particular conference is that we're all in almost violent agreement that we must avoid fragmentation, move forward together as a team. But we need the Commission to be the coach for the team and provide that framework for us so that we can realize our full potential and get to 2030 with a serious plan that really puts the
30 million voices at its center.
Thank you so much. Leonidas, last but not least, because your country is chairing the EU Councils in a few days. So I would like to have your comment on this last question. And if you can also tell us a word about the Rare Diseases Day that you are planning in March.
Thank you. Thank you also for the kind invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. I think what we have in front of us, it's a very difficult task. Is it possible to do it? I believe yes. Today we have heard a lot of political backing from the commissioners, the president of the European Parliament, MEPs, and so forth. Now the question is, do we need research? I think it's an obvious answer. Yes, we do need research. We need to be very careful to address the clinical needs. And in this case here with the rare diseases, there are two main areas: the proper diagnosis and, most importantly, early diagnosis, and above all, therapies. Now, what is the current status? There are challenges. There are many and complex diseases. Funding is there, but it's low. It is also almost impossible to assume that funding will cover all the diseases every year. There is a lot of bureaucracy with the European funding. And the ERNs are there, but they're largely unsupported at the moment. Now, what can be done? First of all, we need to empower the ERNs. The creation of the ERNs was a blessing. I use was, and I do believe that it can be a blessing in the future if we empower them more and do all the things that you have heard today. It's very important for the ERNs to become single EU clinical and research hubs. It's very important also to involve patients information, patients' data, participation of patients, patient samples. It's very important also to include basic scientists and basic science, because there are still a lot of unknown issues with the rare diseases. If I take, for example, the muscular diseases, the muscular dystrophies, one of the major challenges is we need to target every single muscle of the human body. So there are things to be discovered. So basic scientists need to be included in the ERNs. The project should be about science and only science, nothing else, no other criteria, no other requirements. We understand the political issue of connecting various countries as part of a consortium, but at the end of the day, patients come first, and science needs to be the only criteria for competitive funding. Smaller projects. I believe that smaller projects will bring more success. There are larger consortia projects that need to be maintained because we need to involve a lot of groups and a lot of patients. But I believe the smaller and more projects, the better it is. It will also save us some money from the administration handling. We need to ring fence. We said this all along, funding, secure funding for rare diseases. Make sure to find more funding for rare diseases. The institute that I represent is the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics. It's a very good example on how the state has left alone the institute to grow without avoiding all these bureaucratic issues, etc. And now we have a very good institute in our country, a translational model, doing providing patient care, doing diagnostic laboratory services, research. We will have some patents and some therapies that might soon be approved. for clinical trials. We also provide education through our postgraduate school. So this is an example on how the state has not actually negatively influenced with all the needs that we all know, and it has grown. Lastly, I will tell you about the conference that is coming up. So this is a more focused continuation of this current high-level meeting. It will focus on the advancement of treatments for rare diseases. Commissioners have been invited, other EU officials, ERN representatives, pharmas, patient groups, of course, and not only. We will make sure that it will be notified to you, hopefully in the next few weeks. And I will close by saying that research is very important. Let's not keep it as it is, having research associated with patient care. Let's make sure that research is embedded in patient care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonidas. Thank you very much. Before thanking the panel, may I invite Andras Kulia, a MEP from Hungary, to join the panel? And while you're coming, give the floor to Nikos Papandreou, who wanted to make a final statement.
Just a final talk. I think this 3 days was a watershed in helping us build the EU action plan for rare diseases. It allows me as an MEP to take the ideas back home and to pressure the Commission and the Council. We had 3 commissioners here. We had you. Thank you very much, Alexis, Mauricio, and especially Vytenis, for being such a strong advocate in our S&D group and within Parliament itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikos. Andras, please.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, it is an honor to join you today at this high-level meeting on rare diseases, to contribute to the discussion on establishing an EU action plan that truly unites our rare disease community. As colleagues have confirmed, rare diseases are not rare for the individuals and families facing them. Many of these conditions are life-threatening. Most begin in childhood, and around 80% have a genetic origin. Yet families still wait an average of 5 years just for an accurate diagnosis. A delay that costs lives, undermines development, and erodes hope. Rare disease may seem like a distant issue for many. Yet as science advances and we develop more and more specific and more personalized therapies, in time, every cancer and autoimmune disease, in effect, be considered a rare disease. Just consider that we already recognize well over 1,000 molecular cancer subtypes and counting. That it is why so crucial to find solutions now. Because by doing so, we are not only helping European citizens, families today, but preparing for the future as well. And without right solutions, now we may find ourselves in a situation that will create challenges that are both economically and structurally almost impossible to overcome. And please allow me to quote my dear colleague, Vytenis Andriukaitis, who very often says that in the EU, there are small member states, and there are member states who think that they are not small, but we realize soon that they are small. Because with these challenges, no member state can solve these challenges alone. They require coordinated European response to overcome fragmented pathways and unequal access to care. And this is why I strongly support the initiative behind this high-level meeting, championed by MEP Vytenis Andriukaitis and our partners, because Europe needs a comprehensive and ambitious action plan on rare diseases. A framework capable of delivering real equity and measurable progress. So if I were to highlight the core priorities, they would be the following. First, systematic early diagnosis and timely access to care. We must shorten the journey from symptoms to diagnosis. By expanding newborn screening, improving genetic testing, and making cross-border expertise accessible to all patients in Europe. Because there are member states that the genetic testings for newborns are available for 48 different diseases, and there are member states where patients have access or families have access only to 3 or 5 or 6. And second, strengthening and fully integrating European reference networks. The ERNs already unite hundreds of specialized centers, but they remain underused because they are not yet well embedded in national systems. We must invest in interoperability, registries, biobanks, and shared digital platforms to unlock their full potential. Third, accelerating innovation and ensuring equitable access to orphan medicines. Europe must incentivize research, streamline regulation, and better coordinate procurement so that when a therapy exists, it reaches patients quickly and affordably. Fourth, attracting more clinical trials back to Europe. This is essential to meet unmet medical needs and to regain competitiveness. Academic research must be part of the solution and ensuring that innovative treatments reach all patients efficiently. And if I may share some thoughts, we see this geopolitical situation and this changing world. And I think there is a chance for Europe to be a lead in this topic by ensuring predictability and safe environment for science, for research, for investment, and for example, by strengthening coordination by member states. And as I mentioned before, we must act now because it's not only about rare diseases, because I hear this very often from my few colleagues, and we read this also in the internet publications that these are rare diseases and there are more common diseases. But no, we must find solutions now, right now, because that's how we can prepare Europe for the future and challenges our future. So their colleagues, by adopting an ambitious action plan on rare diseases, we affirm a simple principle. The European Union, no disease is too rare and no patient is too few. Let us work together through science, solidarity, and shared responsibility to deliver a genuine hope in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this contribution. Thank you, the panel. You can, because now it's the turn of Maurizio and Vytenis. Then stay. So it is the moment to close the meeting. Again, I would like to thank the panel. I would like to thank you for your last intervention. I don't want to occupy the floor. I think that Maurizio and Vytenis are probably the best that can close this meeting. So please take over.
So for sure, the one that has to close this meeting, giving the appointment to the follow-up is Vytenis. But on behalf of the RN coordinators, I really wish to thank all of you for the 3 days that we had. It has been a sort of scientific, political, scientific, I don't know what, but it is more political than scientific, but something very different, very much participated, a lot of discussion, a lot of ideas, a lot of commitments, a lot of support, and a lot of things to do on our side together with everybody. In these 3 days, we heard indeed that we are ready to take the baton of the patients as year ends, that we are ready and we have clear ideas where to go. And now we have probably for the first time in such a way, so big way, also the support of politics and the commitment in all areas regarding the importance of rare diseases and patients and families to be helped, but also the fact that rare diseases might also help the health system in general. And this wave is not just a discussion or a declaration that we have, and I thank all the signature that have been given right now and the other that will come. But this is really a commitment and a duty. And since, as Vytenis was saying, we are under Christmas, in Christmas we have wish and we have gift. So now what we wish is actually to really make the change that this event is representing a turning point in the history of rare diseases. But there are also gifts, and the gift, I have to say, is the connection between, the politics and the European Reference Network, the connection with the patients, the connection with all the stakeholders, and the pharma company, and everybody that is really wishing to do something concrete for the patients. Because as we said, we don't have time to wait, and patients in particular don't have time to wait. So thank you very much on my side and on the side of the year ends, and thank you in particular to Vytenis for the energy, for the passion, for the commitment, and for the restless work that he has done in preparation of this event, but also for what will come after. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you, dear Mauricio, dear Alexis, dear Birute, dear Andras. Thank you so much. First of all, please keep in mind, here in this room, I see no scientists. I see you all politicians. Please keep in mind, politics and policies are united together, and health in all policies means health in all political sectors, including science, including hospitals, including all. It's not empty words. It's reality. Why we are gathering today? Of course, because we need to donate. We need to donate Christmas gift to our citizens, to Europe, to European Union. Look, this morning was big achievement was our European Council, European Commission, European Parliament succeeded to conclude trialogues on pharma package. Applause. It is our first gift. Our first gift. Second gift is we succeed to finalize our 3 days high-level ministerial meeting. And thanks, Maria. You were one of the ministers here. And of course, it means that we succeed to have declaration in our hands. It's our second gift. And such gift is that now we can send such gift to Commission, to Parliament, to Council, and to national parliament, and to national government, and to every hospital in the EU. And now I ask you to be obliged to send such declaration to your hospitals, to disseminate, because what we need to raise a list of supporters. As you just rightly mentioned about, Vlad mentioned about petition. I ask you to bring signatures, list of supporters, and it would be good to see how many supporters do we have in our hands, because it can show our strength. Not only signatures here in the room, because it would be done, but we need also a list of supporters. I ask you to send a declaration, to open your emails, to collect signatures, because it would be your scientific and also your obligation as citizens, because we all are European citizens. We are obliged to promote European values and European solidarity. Unity is a value, and health is the biggest human right in European Union, and we should deliver it. And then we will send message to Ursula von der Leyen, to Roberta Metsola, to Antonio Costa. Yeah, I know. We will closing. And now we must close. Then please keep it at council level, and please establish pan-European ecosystem for research, investment, and innovations, delivering my Enrico letter message. Fifth, freedom. We need to push freedoms more, not only 4, but 5th one. Thank you very much indeed.